Imagine transforming raw data into powerful insights that drive decisions. Welcome to Excel for Data Analytics full course. Excel isn't just a spreadsheet tool, it's your secret weapon for organizing, analyzing, and interpreting data like a pro. In today's data-driven world, mastering Excel is must for creating impactful reports and dashboards. So in this course, we will kick things off with a deep dive into Excel's core features and how they set up the foundation for data analytics. You'll also discover how to simplify data transformation with Microsoft Power Query and harness the power of Copilot in Excel for AI-driven insights that save time and effort. But that's not all. We'll also teach you 10 essential Excel formulas to turbocharge your workflow and show you how to create stunning dashboards. Even integrating tools like ChatGPT for automation, you'll also learn the basics of database management system, understand difference between data science and data analytics, and follow a clear roadmap to become a successful data analyst. So whether you're a beginner or looking to level up, this course is packed with everything you need to excel. So let's get started. Before we commence, if you are interested in a professional data certificate course in data analytics, begin your learning journey with Simplilearn and IIT Kanpur's data analytics certificate course. Explore our learning management system, track your progress, and meet completion requirements. Learn to understand data and enhance your analytical skills through live sessions with industry experts, hands-on lab, and masterclasses by IIT Kanpur faculty. You can check out the link mentioned in the description box and in the pinned comments.
Microsoft Excel. So, Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell, and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet, where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
Companies around the world are generating vast volumes of data every hour. This data could be in the form of log files, web server and transactional data, as well as various customer related data. Also, data is being generated at a rapid rate from social media websites and applications such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Companies want to use this data to derive value out of it and make business decisions. That's where data analytics comes into use. Data analytics is the process of exploring and analyzing large data sets to find hidden patterns, unseen trends, discover correlations, and valuable insights to make business predictions. Data analytics improves the speed and efficiency of your business. A few years ago, a business would have gathered information manually, performed statistical and complex analytics, and unearthed information that could be used for future decisions. But today, that business can identify insights on the fly for immediate decisions. Most organizations have big data, and many understand the need to harness that data and extract value out of it. So, they use a lot of modern tools and technologies to perform data analytics. Some of the tools I will discuss in detail later in this tutorial.
So what does data analysts do? On a huge dataset, data analysts gather, analyze, and run statistical studies to glean insights and spot trends. They use various methods and tools to transform complicated data into useful insights. They therefore provide insightful data that enables businesses to make informed decisions, and this is the answer of question what data analysts do. So moving forward, let's jump into roles and responsibilities of a data analyst. The roles and responsibilities of a data analyst often consist of the following. The first one is create and manage databases and data system, fixing coding mistakes and other data related problems as necessary. The second one is using both primary and secondary sources for data mining. The third one is rearranging data in a way that both individuals and machine can understand. The fourth one is create documentation that clarifies the data analyst process for stakeholder. So now let's jump into how to become a data analyst with no experience, steps and strategies. So becoming a data analyst without prior experience can be challenging but achievable goal. So here is a detailed guide on how to break into the field of data analysis from scratch. So the first one is master the basics. Data analysts need a mix of technical and soft skills. Start by learning the basics of statistics and mathematics. So key topics are descriptive statistics. Learn measures of central tendency, mean, median, mode, measures of variability, range, variance, and standard deviation, and data distribution, like normal distribution and skewness and kurtosis. The second is inferential stat. Understanding hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, p-values, and statistical significance. The third one is probability theory. Basic probability concept, conditional probability, and Bayes theorems, and many more. The fourth point is linear algebra and calculus. Fundamental concept that underpin many statistical algorithms. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn's YouTube channel, where each topic is explained in depth by our experts. The second point is programming languages and Python. In Python, learn the basic syntax, data types, and control structures like loops and condition. The second one is libraries for data analysis like NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib for data manipulation and visualization. The third one is library for statistical analysis like SciPy and stat models for performing statistical tests and modeling. And in R, like basic syntax like data types and structures. Data manipulation like dplyr, tidYR. The third point is statistical analysis, Bayes R function, and package like ggplot2 for data visualization. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn's YouTube channel, where each topic is explained in depth by our expert. The third point is data visualization and reporting. So in this, we have first Tableau. Creating and customizing various charts and types like bar charts, line graphs, scatter plots. Second is building interactive dashboards and stories. The third one is connecting to different data sources and data blending. The second one, we have Power BI. Data modeling and creating relationship between data sets. The second point is designing reports with visuals, filters, and slicers. The third point is using DAX, data analysis expressions, for advanced calculation. In this category, third, we have Excel. So in this, you can learn advanced formulas like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index, match, and arrays formulas. The second is pivot tables, summarizing, analyzing, and visualizing data. The third is data visualization, creating and formatting charts, sparklines, and conditional formatting. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn YouTube channel, where each topic explained in depth by our expert, or you can go through their official document websites. In Master the Basics, the last point is SQL database and the key concept. The key concept are basic SQL commands, select, from, where, join, group by, having, or order by. Second is database design, understanding tables, relationships, and normalization. The third is advanced SQL, subqueries, window function, and common table expression, CTs. The fourth one is database management, connecting to a database, writing optimized queries, and understanding the indexes. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn YouTube channel, where we have SQL playlists covering each topic that is explained in depth by our expert. The second point is work on your personal project. Applying your new skills to real world problems is a great way to gain experience. So here are some projects idea to help you get started. The first one is personal project, public data analysis. Choose a public data set that interests you and perform a comprehensive analysis. For example, analyzing COVID-19 trends over time, predicting house prices, or studying climate change impacts. The second is Kaggle competition. Kaggle is a fantastic platform where you can participate in data science competition. These competitions provide real-world data and problems to solve. For example, predicting customer churn, classifying images, or creating models to improve sales forecasting. The third one is build a dashboard. Create an interactive dashboard using tools like Tableau or Power BI to visualize data insights. For example, a dashboard tracking global financial market or visualizing crime rates in different cities. The third point is get certified. While certification won't replace real-world experience, they can be valuable additional to your resume. So there are numerous data analyst certifications available online, such as the Google Data Analytics Certificate, the Data Analyst Program by Simplilearn. This data analyst course by Simplilearn in collaboration with IBM will transform you into a data analytics expert. In this course, you will learn the latest analytics tools and techniques, how to work with SQL, the languages of R and Python, the art of creating data visualization, and how to apply stat and predictive analytics in the business environment. These certifications not only provide you with the solid foundation, but also show potential employers your commitment to learning and growing in the field. The fourth point is build a portfolio. One of the best way to showcase your skills to potential employers is by building a portfolio. This can include personal projects, data analysis on real-world dataset, or even Kaggle competition. The key here is to demonstrate your ability to apply what you have learned to real-world problems. Don't worry if you don't have access to fancy dataset or tools. There are plenty of publicly available dataset on sites like Kaggle or even government website. You guys can make a portfolio like this. So this is an example of one portfolio. So you can distribute your projects like this, or you can take help from this. Okay. The next point is networking and mentorship. Connect with professionals in the field through LinkedIn, local meetups, or professional association. Look for a mentor who can provide guidance, feedback on your projects, and potentially help you with the job referrals. Networking can be invaluable in learning about unadvertised job openings or internship. The next point is internship. Apply for entry-level position or internship. Look for job titles like junior data analyst, data technicians, or analytics assistant. Look for opportunities in local community. Reach out to startups or non-profits, or even consider offering your services for free initially. Even customer service or administrator roles that involves data entry or reporting can serve as stepping stones, giving you practical experience with data. The seventh point is prepare for interviews. Be ready to discuss your projects, how you approach problems, and what you have learned. You should also be prepared for technical interviews that may test your knowledge of stat, programming, and data analysis techniques. You can refer to Simplilearn's video on data analyst interview question and answer on YouTube. So to sum it up, master the basics, build a portfolio, get certified, get experience through internship and freelancing, network like crazy, and never stop learning. And most importantly, believe in yourself and your abilities.
Now, let's discuss the various steps involved in the data analytics process. As you can see on the screen, there are 5 process steps. Now let me make you understand each of this one by one. So the first step is to understand the problem. Before starting with the analysis, you need to understand the business problem and define your goals. Asking questions at the outlet is vital because this would address issues such as how can we reduce production costs without sacrificing quality? What are some of the ways to increase sales opportunities with our current resources? Do customers view our brand in a favorable way? Answers to these questions will help you build a clear roadmap with lucrative solutions. Also, try to find out the key performance indicators and consider the matrix to track along the way. The second step in the process is data collection. After you have finalized your goals, it's time to start looking for your data. Data collection is the process of gathering information on targeted variables identified as data requirements. The emphasis is on ensuring accurate and right data is collected. Data collection starts with primary sources, which are also known as internal sources. This is typically structured data gathered from CRM software, ERP systems, marketing automation tools, and others. These sources contain information about customers, finances, gaps in sales, etc. Under external sources, you have both structured and unstructured data. So, if you are looking to perform a sentiment analysis towards your brand, you would gather data from various review websites or social media apps. The next step is to clean the data. The data which is collected from various sources is highly likely to contain incomplete, duplicate, and missing values. So, you need to clean these unwanted redundant data to make it ready for analysis. So to generate accurate results, analytics professionals must identify duplicate and anomalous data and other inconsistencies that could skew the analysis. According to a report, 60% of data scientists say most of their time is spent cleaning the data, while 57% of data scientists say it's their least enjoyable task. Now the fourth step in the process is data exploration and analysis. Once data is cleaned and ready, you can go ahead and explore the data using data visualization and business intelligence tools. You can also use various data mining and predictive modeling techniques to analyze the data and build models. You can use different supervised and unsupervised algorithms such as linear regression, logistic regression, decision tree, KNN, k-means clustering, and lots more to build prediction models for making business decisions. And the final step is to interpret the results. This part is important because it's how a business will gain actual value from the previous 4 steps. Interpreting the results will help you find unseen trends and patterns in the data and gain insights. You can have a validation check if the results are answering your questions. These results can be shown to your clients and stakeholders for better understanding and business collaboration. Now that we have looked at the various steps involved in data analytics, let's now see the different tools that can be used to perform the above steps.
Today, I've got a question for you. What's the difference between a data analyst and a data scientist? Well, in this video, we will give you the answers. From healthcare to ride-hailing apps and online shopping to streaming services, big data has transformed applications and how we interact with them. 2 key fields underpinning this transformation are data science and data analytics. Now, I know these concepts can be a bit tricky to grasp at first, so let's use a fun analogy to make it more clearer. Imagine for a moment that a business is like a human body. In this scenario, a data scientist would be a general practitioner, while a data analyst would be more like a specialist consultant. Both play crucial roles in keeping the body, or in our case, the business, healthy and functioning well. Think of the data scientist as the GP who looks at the entire body. They need to understand how all the different parts work together and how external factors affect overall health. This big picture views allows them to ask important questions about the body's well-being that others might miss. On the other hand, the data analyst is like a specialist focusing on a specific part of the body, let's say the heart or the brain. They dive deep into the area of expertise, answering specific questions and solving particular problems. For example, if there's an issue with the heart, the data analyst or heart specialist would be the go-to expert. But remember, while the specialist focuses on the area, the GP will still keep an eye on the overall health. They work together, each bringing their unique skills and keeping the body or the business in top shape. So in a nutshell, data scientists and data analysts both play vital roles in keeping a business healthy. The data scientist looks at the bigger picture while the data analyst dives deep into specific areas. Throughout this video, we will explore these roles in a more detail, looking at the specific tasks, skills they need, and how they contribute to the data-driven world we live in. So let's discuss the differences between data analytics and data science. Imagine a thriving social media app with millions of users sharing photos, videos, and messages every day. At this company, we have two data heroes, Alex, the data analyst, and Chris, the data scientist. They both work with data, but their roles are quite different. Alex is like the app's detective. Their job is to figure out on how many people are using the app right now. Alex looks at two things. Firstly, which features are most popular, when do most people log in, and how long do users spend on this app. Alex digs through user activity logs, engagement metrics, and customer feedback to answer specific questions. This helps the team make the app better today. That's what data analysts do. They solve current puzzles using existing information. Now, Chris, they're more like the app's fortune teller and inventor rolled into one. Chris takes all the data Alex collects, put a whole lot and more, and tries to predict the future. They ask big questions like, what new features will users want next year? How can we use AI to make the app more fun? What if we could predict trending topics before they explode? Chris uses complex mathematics, machine learning, and computer programming to spot trends and create new ideas. That's what data scientists do. They use data to predict the future and innovate. Both Alex and Chris are crucial for the app's success. Alex helps the app run smoothly and keeps user happy day to day. Chris helps the company plan for the future and stay ahead in the competitive tech world. Let's look at the key definitions of how they differ from each other. Comparing data science versus data analytics. Data science and data analytics, while related, serve distinct purposes. Data science is a broad multidisciplinary field encompassing areas like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and computer science. It involves researching vast amounts of unstructured data to ask and answer strategic, long-term questions. Data scientists often build complex models and algorithms focusing on innovation and strategic decision-making, and they usually hold senior roles. In contrast, data analytics is a specialized discipline with data science that focuses on analyzing existing, answers specific and immediate questions. Data analysts interpret data, identify trends, and provide actionable insights using tools like SQL and Excel. They often work in specific departments like marketing and sales. While their skill set is narrower than the data scientists, they have a deep understanding of their particular business's area. Essentially, data scientists create a big picture framework, while data analysts zoom in specific elements within that framework to optimize current operation. Let's talk about the skill set comparison. Skills for data analyst. Proficiency in business intelligence tools, strong statistical analytical skills, intermediate programming skills in SQL and Python, expertise in data visualization tools like Tableau and Power BI. Next, let's discuss the skills for data scientist. To be a data scientist, you must know advanced knowledge of machine learning and AI. You must have experience with big data platforms such as Hadoop and Apache Spark, strong programming skills in Python and R, proficiency in predictive modeling and data mining techniques. Let's discuss the workflow comparison. Now, let's compare the workflows of data analyst and data scientist. The workflow of data analysts typically begins with data collection, where they gather data from various sources to ensure they have all the necessary information. Next comes data cleaning, a crucial step where they remove any errors and redundancies from the dataset to ensure accuracy. Following this, they perform data analysis, using statistical methods to interpret the data and uncover patterns and trends. To present their findings effectively, data analysts then engage in data visualization, creating charts and graphs that make complex data more understandable. Finally, they provide actionable insights, offering recommendations that can be implemented immediately to improve business operations. In contrast, the workflow of a data scientist starts with identifying the problem, where they define a strategic question or opportunity that needs to be addressed. Then they proceed with data mining, extracting relevant data from large data sets to gather the information needed for the analysis. Similar to data analysts, data scientists also perform data cleaning to prepare the data for analysis. However, they take it a step further with data exploration, conducting exploratory analysis to understand the depth of data. Next, we have feature engineering, where they create new features from raw data to enhance their models. And then they build predictive models to forecast future outcomes based on the data. Once the models are ready, they deploy the model into production and start generating insights in real time. The final step is their workflow to monitor and iterate, continuously improving the model based on the new data and ensure it remains accurate and effective. Let's discuss the tools and techniques. Let's explore the tools and techniques used by data analysts and data scientists. Data analysts like Alex uses a variety of tools to handle and analyze data efficiently. They often use Excel for data organization and basic analysis due to their accessibility and functionality. For querying databases, SQL is the go-to language, enabling them to extract and manipulate data effectively. To visualize data and create insightful dashboards, Tableau is commonly employed using robust data visualization capabilities. Additionally, Python is used for more advanced data manipulation and analysis, making it a versatile tool in data analyst toolkit. On the other hand, data scientists like Chris rely on slightly different set of tools to handle their more complex tasks. Python is a staple for data manipulation, machine learning, and artificial intelligence thanks to the extensive libraries and frameworks. R is also a key tool particularly for statistical analysis and visualization, providing powerful statistical techniques. For processing large data sets, Hadoop is indispensable. Enabling scalable and distributed computing, Apache Spark is used for large-scale data processing, offering speed and ease of use for big data analytics. Lastly, we have the TensorFlow, which is important for building and deploying machine learning models, making it essential for AI-related tasks. Let's discuss the application comparison. Let's see how the work of data analysts and data scientists relies in real-world scenarios. Data analysts like Alex plays a vital role in understanding user behavior. For example, they analyze which app features are most popular among users, providing insights that can enhance user experience and app's functionality. In the realm of sales, they identify trends and optimize marketing strategies, ensuring that the company targets its audience effectively and maximizes revenue. Moreover, by analyzing customer feedback, data analysts help improve product features, ensuring the company meets customer needs and expectations. Conversely, data scientists like Chris engage in more predictive and innovative application. They use predictive analysis to forecast future trends and behaviors, allowing companies to make informed strategic decisions. For instance, they build recommendation systems that suggest products or contents to users based on their past behavior, enhancing user engagement and satisfaction. Additionally, they develop AI innovations to improve user experience, such as chatbots or personalized user interfaces, leveraging advanced machine learning models to stay ahead in the competitive tech landscape. At last, we will talk about the career path comparison. Finally, let's discuss the career paths and opportunities and salaries for data analysts and data scientists in both the United States and India. A career in data analyst often begins with marketing or finance. Over time, they can transition into senior analyst role to specialize further in business intelligence. There are also opportunities to move into management positions, overseeing data analysis team and driving strategic decisions based on data insights. In United States, the average salary for a data analyst is around $65,000 per year, with senior roles potentially earning up to $90,000 annually. In India, the average salary for a data analyst is approximately 6 lakh per year, with senior roles earning up to 10 lakh rupees annually. In contrast, a career as a data scientist typically requires advanced degrees and specialized training in data science. As they gain experience, they can progress to senior data scientist roles or lead data science teams, taking on more responsibility and tackling complex challenges. Data scientists also have opportunities to work in cutting-edge fields like AI, machine learning, and big data, where they can innovate and contribute to significant technological advancements. In United States, the average salary of a data scientist is approximately $1,20,000 per year, with senior positions often earning up to $1,50,000 annually. In India, the average salary of a data scientist is around 10 lakh rupees per year, with senior roles earning up to 20 lakh rupees annually. In summary, both data science and data analytics are crucial in today's data-driven world. Data scientists focus on the bigger picture and long-term strategy, while data analysts hone in on specific questions and provide actionable insights. Choosing between the two depends on your interests, career goals, and desired salary.
Today, we will learn data analytics with AI. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Let's get started with the main topic of today's session, which is data analytics with AI. So, before proceeding with data analytics with AI, let's understand what exactly is data analytics. So, data analytics is not just a step where you just give your data to AI and it will be done, right? So, it's a stage-by-stage process. Let's understand all the stages one after the other. Firstly, you might have different sources. So before we go ahead with the sources, let's understand the situation. You might be dealing with your client. You might be working with the company as a data analyst. So before you begin with the data analysis, you might have to have a conversation with your client or the company. You might have to go through something called as requirement gathering, right? So requirement gathering will let you know from where exactly you're getting the data. Is it in the form of a PDF? Is it in the form of an Excel spreadsheet? Or is it going to be cloud or anything like that, right? So you'll be understanding what the source exactly is. And followed by that, you will understand what is the request of your client, what he's looking for, what he wants you to give him, right? The insights of the data, which part of the business he wants you to focus on, and which part of the business he wants to improve, right? And followed by that, you will come up with a time span. Within that time span, you need to use that data, build some insights, and give it to the client or your business owner so that he comes up with a business decision, right? So that's the first requirement gathering step. Once you have the source, you come up with the next step of the data analytics, which is cleaning the data and transforming the data. So it's really obvious for any beginner or an expert who is a data analyst. It is cleaning and transformation what makes or what adds value to your data. Once you clean your data and transform it. So what exactly you mean by clean and transform? So let's say you might have some blank entries or might be some wrong data type, or there might be some places where you might have to split the data. For example, if there is a customer and customer ID mixed up together, let's say customer ID 1345 hyphen the name of the customer, right? You wanted to split the customer ID and split the customer name. Then comes the data split option. Apart from that, if you want to categorize the data into buckets, let's say you might have a column for customer age. There might be customers starting from 10 and all the way end up to 80, right? In those scenarios, you might want to split the data into buckets. Let's say 10 to 20 are teenagers and above 20 to 30 are youth, and above 30 to under 50 or under 60, let's say like 59 are adults, and after that maybe senior citizens, right? Then you have a smaller window so that you can capture which category of the age group is bringing you the most of the revenue, right? So these are the parts of cleaning the data and transforming the data. And once you're comfortable with it, then you can choose a platform where you want to analyze your data, which can be Tableau, which can be Power BI, ClickView, or Excel, or any of the tools that you might want to prefer. In our scenario, we want to go with AI, right? So AI can be anything. You can go with the Microsoft's Copilot. You can go with the OpenAI's ChatGPT. You can go with Google's Gemini, or any of the AIs which can perform uh, data analytics. There are some AI tools out there which are dedicated for AI data analytics, right? And once you're done with it, and the final stage is analyzing the outcomes and reporting that to your business owner or client. So I hope I made myself clear with these stages of data analytics and reporting. Now let's look at an example to explain this a little better. So I have the dataset in Excel for now. This is our source, the first part of data analytics. Let's expand the columns. So there you go. I said something about data type. So here you can see we have some different data type which we don't want, which is in general. So we will change this data type to short date to make a little more meaning out of it. And after that, here we have customer ID, right? So what we will do is use data split here. Go to text to columns, delimited. Next. So we have other. So here's the preview. So you will be receiving it in this form. And if you want to format the data as you like, you can go ahead. So I'll leave it as general for now and finalize the data type after the split is finished. So what you can do is add a column, new column here, so that you can get an empty column here to split the data. Go to text to columns once again, select delimited, select next, and we have the input other, next, and finish. There you go. You have customer ID and you have customer name, the respective customer name here itself. So proceeding ahead, we have quantity, the quantity of product ordered, and we have traffics, leads, orders, and revenue, right? Cost to company and delivery status. So in case if you wanted to kind of calculate profit, what you can do is add a new column, profit, and here you can do a mathematical calculation equals to revenue minus cost to company, and you can extend this particular column all the way to the end so that you have the profit numbers. And here you can also change the data type to currency and go to home, and here the data type from general to currency, and there you go. And if you want it in rupees, you can go with rupees, or if you want it in dollar, you can also have dollars, right? So that's how you do it. I would like to go with dollars, so more, and here go to currency, and in currency symbol I'll go with the dollar. Then okay, there you go. You can quickly save it. If you want to add some borders to the data, you can also do that. There you go. So far so good. So we are now good data. Now comes the next step, which is loading the data and analyzing it, right? So currently we choose the platform as Excel. So you can do this on Excel, Power BI, and ChatGPT as well. So let's go with the first one, which is Excel's AI. So here you can see analyze data, or also people call it the Copilot of Excel, right? Now you can just click all the data and click on analyze. Basically what you can do is insert and go to the pivot table option, and here you can insert a pivot table, and after that you can find out the requirements what you want, the sales from the central region, south region, and which category of the products have been sold the highest, and what's the highest grossing product, what are the number of leads, and you can estimate the performance of traffic on a month-on-month basis, right? You can do that all, but if you want to reduce the time, basically I would like to tell you, go to that particular part first, understand manual process, and after that go to the analyze data option, which is the automated or AI generated report, right? It will now read your data and it will give you some insights from the data given. Right here you can see the cost to company by order status, and here you can see you can set up a pivot table for that, and here you can see you can insert some graphs and charts here, bar graph, and here you have another one. Now you can see that it has all 24 results, all the insights. Now if I can ask, give me a pie chart of sales and category. Here you go. Here you have so basically what Copilot did is it created a pivot table of sales and category, and out of that pivot table it extracted the pie chart and generated one for you. In this way you can create multiple options. Let's say I want to create a line graph month on month. Enter. Now here it again created a pivot table, and here it generated a line graph on month basis and how many number of traffic or how many number of visitors your website had. Right? In this way you can create a long list of all the required charts and graphs for your website and or the client, and create a dashboard out of it, which is completely interactive. Now this was the Excel's AI. Now if we go to another one, which is Power BI, so here you can see a completely prepared dashboard in Power BI, and we can create this once again, or you can at least understand how it was done, right? Now let's get the data from Excel workbook. So my workbook or my data set is somewhere here, sales data. I would like to go with orders data. Only one file is enough for 2024, and your data will be shortly loaded. Select spreadsheet 1 and load the data. Since we already transformed it, there is no need for transforming it once again. So the data is being loaded successfully. It's going to take some time. 2000 rows loaded. Sheet 1. So we are going to work with sheet 1. Now you can select the visualization you want. Like I want to create a line graph here. Repeat. Like I want to create a line graph here. Select. And for this particular line graph, you will have fields, x-axis and y-axis. Now what I'll do is I'll drag and drop date to x-axis field, and traffic to y-axis field. Now here in x-axis, I would eliminate year, I would eliminate quarter, I would eliminate date. I just want month on month, right? Here you have a clear month-on-month traffic line graph. Right now, let's quickly delete it. We don't want this now. And remove it. Now, what if I tell you there is an option where you can just double click and or right click, and you will get an option. Here you can query, right? You can just write down the query, line graph, type of graph you require, traffic, write the spellings correctly, month on month. and enter, you will get the graph you are looking for. There you go. Right? So apart from this, let's put the month-on-month graph here. Apart from this, let's double click once again and category-wise sales. Category sale pie chart. There you go. And now region-wise, double click once again. Region-wise sales bar graph. Select the first one, and there you go. I think there is a small mistake in the selection, spelling. Select the first one once again, and there you go. You will have a bar graph in region-wise basis. Or we can also go with similarly, we can also go with the map chart for states and revenue. Select the first option, and you will have all the American states and their revenue details here. Right? So in such way, you can use the artificial intelligence of Power BI and create a completely interactive graph just like this one. So if I select the standard shipment mode, what are the sales reports? And if I select the entire shipment modes, what are the reports? And if I select the home category, what are the sales reports and which part of the nation and which and what are the sales and order per month, traffic and everything details here, right? In one go. It is completely interactive. Now, let's move on to the next part of our session for today. So we will be using ChatGPT for our data analytics. So here you go. Now, let's load the data. Before that, let's write a prompt. Some data on sales. Or sales reporter. Visualization. And now load the data. Upload from computer. And we have the sales data here. The orders data. Select the orders data file and open. The data will be loaded shortly. And since it's loaded, you can just push the command or prompt. It'll first review the contents and understand what exactly is present in your content and the data type along with the data type, right? It has 2000 entries, 17 columns. Here's the brief overview of all the columns. So it's asking you, would you like an overall summary or a specific aspect? So let's go with the specific aspect instead of overall summary. I want region-wise sales as a bar graph. Okay, we didn't have a column as bar sales. It's in turn taking revenue. Yes, there you go. Sales revenue by region as a bar graph. Now, pie chart for category revenue. Okay, so there is some limit for analysis. Okay, that's not a problem. We can change the account and try to do it once again, or I should have chosen the overall summary, right? But if you go to the ChatGPT Plus edition, you can get that. Let's try the Plus edition once. So we are on the Plus edition now. So it generated some visualizations, which is completely downloadable here. You can go with that as well. So the prompt is still running. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes and see what exactly ChatGPT is up to. So here we have a profit by category, which was our second request which did not get successfully authorized because we didn't have a +1. So now we can see revenue versus cost to company in top 10 products. So which are the top 10 products which are giving the maximum revenue? And here is a detailed report. And if you would like to continue with a few more reports like we did before in Power BI and Excel, like traffic versus month on month is a line graph. Let's try that. There you go. So we have a line graph of traffic on a month-on-month basis. So that's how you can conduct some data analytics using different AIs on different platforms. So there are many number of platforms: Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, Excel, SQL, ChatGPT, Gemini, and a few more dedicated artificial intelligence tools which are for AI data analytics. And that brings us to the next part of data analytics with AI. So how does data analytics and AI work? So first, basically, once you load the data, AI will start preparing and processing your data, right? So the transformations, what you do, are also can be possible in AI as well. If you request AI to do the transformations, it can do itself. But I would recommend you perform the transformations because you know what the exact requirements are. Once your data is completely transformed, you can load it and get the reports. The next part of it is pattern recognition. As you have already seen, ChatGPT recognizes each and every aspect of the data, from the data type to the minute details like currency and everything. It understands the data first, and then it will request you. It will ask you if you want a complete summary or if you are looking for a particular aspect, right? Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns, trends, and relationships that may not be apparent to human analysts. And there is a possibility that ChatGPT can even identify a few more insights that you never expected to have, right? And moving on to the next part, predictive analytics. AI can also perform some predictive analytics and give you the forecast of what exactly is going to happen in the upcoming future in your business. That may or may not happen. If you find something is about to go down, you can prevent it by taking some predictive steps or measurable steps which can avoid that loss, right? And automated insights and reports. You can also request ChatGPT, right? In Excel, there is something called as Power Query. It acts like a macro or Excel VBA where it stores each and every transformation step you apply. In a similar way, each and every transformation or step that you apply to modify or try to add value to your data and teach that to your AI so that it can also understand that particular automated transformation steps and report to you on a month-on-month basis, right? So this will stop your month-on-month activity of cleaning your data, transforming your data, loading your data, analyzing, extracting some insights, and then creating a strategy. So all these steps will be eliminated because ChatGPT or any other AI will take care of it, and you can focus on implementing some business strategies. And we have decision making. So AI can also help you with some critical business strategies and also help you in decision making. AI algorithms can optimize complex processes and decision making by evaluating multiple variables and multiple scenarios. Now, last but not least, continuous learning. So AI is capable to adapt and learn new things in your business, like how it processes, how it functions, and what's the data source, and most of the aspects in which are involved in business and data analytics. AI systems have the ability to continuously learn and adapt based on the new data and feedback.
Moving on, who is a data analyst? A data analyst collects, analyzes, and interprets data. A data analyst will convert raw data into useful information. Data analysts are in high demand because every industry uses data analysis. Work of a data analyst. As a data analyst, you will work closely with the raw data and generate valuable insights to help companies decide their future goal. If you like thinking out of the box, you are the perfect fit for this domain. Data analysts help maximize output when it comes to generating revenue, working closely with both business and data. Nevertheless, this field boasts handsome salaries for all levels of expertise. Can you become a data analyst without prior experience? Yes, anyone can become a data analyst if they enjoy solving real-world problems, have a strong background in statistics, and have a creative mind. If you feel you don't have it, you can definitely develop it. So let us know the skills in detail. What are the basic skill sets required for a data analyst? Data analyst must know basic mathematics and statistics, programming skills, machine learning, and also data visualization tools. So let us know what are the basics that you need to learn as a data analyst. Mathematics. It is always better to know basic mathematics like linear algebra and probability fundamentals. Linear algebra is used in data pre-processing and transformation, which is the critical process of every data analyst. Statistics, a branch of mathematics that deals with collection, analysis, presentation, and implementation. Probability. We know that probability is the study of how likely something will happen, which is essential for concluding. Both probability and statistics are the backbones of data analysis. It is feasible to become a data analyst with only a basic understanding of these three areas of mathematics. But in order to remain relevant and grow as a data analyst, one's mathematical knowledge should not be restricted. Compulsorily use some of the tools as a data analyst. What are that? First is Microsoft Excel. It is the most well-known spreadsheet software in the world. It also has computation and graphing features that are excellent for data analysts. No matter your area of expertise or additional software you might want, Excel is a standard in the industry. Its useful built-in features include form design tools and pivot table. It also generates a wide range of additional features that help simplify data manipulation. As a programming language, every data analyst should know Python. It is easy to learn and has a simple syntax. Python is quite adaptable and includes a vast variety of resource libraries that are appropriate for a wide range of diverse data analytics activities. These libraries help in numerical and data computation. The Pandas and NumPy libraries, for instance, are excellent for supporting standard data processing and streamlining highly computational operations. You can also choose between Python or R. R is a well-known open source programming language much like Python. Data visualization tool. As we previously mentioned, data visualization tool is also necessary to become a data analyst. Power BI is a user-friendly interface, makes building interactive visual reports and dashboards simple. Its most vital selling point is its superb data integration. It works flawlessly with cloud sources like Google and Facebook Analytics, as well as text files, SQL servers, and Excel. Tableau is one of the best commercial data analysis tool available. It handles huge amounts of data better than many other BI tools and is effortless. It has a visual drag and drop interface. However, because it has no scripting layer, there is a limit to what Tableau can do. For example, it could be better for pre-processing data or building more complex calculations. You might have heard about MySQL a lot of time. It is a standard language for interacting with databases, and it is very helpful when working with structured data. SQL creates user-friendly dashboards that may present in various data ways since it is so simple to send complex commands to databases and change data in seconds. It has commands like add, edit, delete data. In addition, SQL is an excellent tool for creating data warehouses because of its simplicity, clarity, and interactivity. Overall, I would suggest that to become a data analyst, you should work on programming languages like Python or R plus MySQL to work on databases, adding to that Excel plus visualization tools like Tableau or Power BI. You now know what are the skills are and how it is used. What are you up to in an organization as a data analyst? To create and evaluate the report using automated tools like Tableau or Power BI. To troubleshoot the reporting database environment and reports. Data analyst, you will use statistical method to analyze data sets and spot any valuable trends that may develop over time. evaluate companies' functional and non-functional requirements. Data analyst assess data warehousing in inspecting and reporting needs. These are all the responsibility of a data analyst in an organization. Coming to companies hiring a data analyst, IBM, Accenture, Capgemini, TCS, Facebook, Amazon, Flipkart, Meta. These are the top companies hiring a data analyst. But data suggests that every small and medium-sized company needs a data analyst. Therefore, demand of a data analyst is in every company. So, there is no need to worry. Job and salary of a data analyst. This is the final part. The salary of a data analyst is high all over the world. When it comes to the USA, the average salary for a data analyst as a beginner is going as high as $70,000 plus per annum. For experienced professional, it is going as high as $120,000 per annum. In India, for a fresher, it is going as high as 8 lakh per annum, and for experienced professionals, it is 20 lakh plus per annum. Such is the demand for data analyst. Now that we have covered every important skill, it's time for you to start working on it.
So, sky's the limit on what you use it for. Let's take a look at types of data analytics. And this can be broken up in so many ways, but we're going to start with looking at the most basic questions that you're going to be asking in data analytics. And the first one is you want descriptive analytics. What has happened? Hindsight. How many sales per call ratio coming out of the call center? If we have 500 tourists in a forest and you have a certain temperature, how many fires were started? How many times did the police have to show up to certain houses? All that's descriptive. The next one is predictive. Predictive analytics is what will happen next. We want to predict. This is great if you have an ice cream store and you want to predict how many people to work at the ice cream store on a certain day based on the temperature coming up and the time of the year. And then one of the biggest growing and most important parts of the industry is now prescriptive analytics. And you can think of that as combining the first two. We have descriptive and we have predictive, and then you get prescriptive analytics. How can we make it happen? Foresight. What can we change to make this work better? In all the industries we looked at before, we can start asking questions, especially in city development. There's a good one. If we want to have our city generate more income, and we want that income to be commercial based, what kind of commercial buildings do we need to build in that area that are going to bring people over? Do we need huge warehouse cells, Costco sales buildings, or do we need little mom and pop joints that are going to bring in people from the country to come shop there? Or do you want an industrial setup? What do you need to bring that industry in there? Is there a car industry available in that area? If it's not a car industry, what other industries are in that area? All those things are prescriptive. We're guessing. We're guessing what can we do to fix it? What can we do to fix crime in an area with education? What kind of education are we going to use to help people understand what's going on so that we lower the rate of crime and we help our communities grow better? That's all prescriptive. It's all guessing. We want foresight into how can we make it happen? How can we make this better? And we really can't not go into enough detail on these three, because a lot of people stumble on this when they come in and are doing analytics. Whether you're the manager, shareholder, or the data scientist coming in, you really need to understand the descriptive analytics, where you're studying the total units of furniture sold and the profit that was made in the past. Here we go into predictive analytics, predicting the total units that would sell and the profit we can expect in the future, gear up for how many employees we need, how much money we're going to make, and prescriptive analytics, finding ways to improve the sales and the profit so we can sell maybe a different kind of furniture. We're going to guess at what the area is looking for and how that marketing is going to change.
Hello everyone, we welcome you all to this video by Simplilearn. In today's session, we will learn a really interesting topic, that is the top 10 skills to become a data analyst in 2022. In today's digital world, data is being generated by companies and individuals every second, so the role of a data analyst holds supreme importance. So if you're looking for a career in data analytics, this video will help you learn what a data analyst does and the various skills you need to possess to become a data analyst in 2022. Before we get started, make sure you subscribe to the Simplilearn channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Let's look at the agenda for this video. First, we will understand who a data analyst is. Then we will understand the top 10 data analyst skills for 2022. Moving on, we will look at the salary of a data analyst. And finally, we will look at the companies hiring data analysts. So now let's understand who is a data analyst. A data analyst is a professional who collects business data from various sources, interprets it, and uses various statistical tools and techniques to extract insights and useful information from it. They acquire data from primary or secondary data sources and maintain databases. They also recognize and understand the organization's goal and collaborate with different team members such as programmers, business analysts, and data scientists to build an effective solution to a business problem. Now, with this basic understanding of who a data analyst is, let's learn the top 10 data analyst skills for 2022. At number 1, we have Structured Query Language or SQL. SQL is a top skill that every data analyst should have. Data analysts use SQL commands and functions to store, process, analyze, and manipulate structured data using relational and NoSQL databases. They also build data models and write complex SQL queries and scripts to gather and extract information from several databases and data warehouses. Some of the popular databases a data analyst should be familiar with are Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, PostgreSQL, and IBM DB2. The second important skill for a data analyst is Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most popular and oldest spreadsheet applications for creating reports, performing calculations, and analyzing data. Data analysts need to know how to handle tabular data in Excel. So, they should be aware of features like sorting, filtering, conditional formatting, pivot tables, what-if analysis, and functions such as SUMIFs and COUNTIFs. The third crucial data analyst skill for 2022 is data cleaning and wrangling. Usually, the data collected by analysts from various heterogeneous sources is often messy and contains a lot of missing values. So, it is always crucial to clean the data and remove noise, missing, or erroneous elements. It is also important to format data using tools and methods before using it for analysis. They are responsible for data mining as well. The data mined from various sources are organized in order to obtain new information from it. Some of the tools you need to know for data cleaning and wrangling are Excel Power Query and OpenRefine. The fourth skill on our list is mathematics and statistics. Data analysts often work on data for higher dimensions that are greater than 3. In order to interpret such data, they need to be good at linear algebra and calculus. They also build predictive models and statistical models such as linear regression, logistic regression, naive Bayes, and k-means clustering. In order to understand the working of these algorithms, they must have knowledge about statistics and probability. Coming to the fifth important skill for a data analyst in 2022, we have programming. Data analysts need to master at least one programming language, preferably Python or R. In order to work with complex business problems, analysts need to write scripts and user-defined functions to automate tedious tasks. Python and R language provide a collection of different libraries and packages such as NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, matplotlib, ggplot, which data analysts can use to discover trends and patterns from complex data sets. After this, we have data visualization as our sixth skill. Another data analyst job role is to visualize large volumes of data and prepare summary reports and dashboards for the leadership team and clients so that they can make timely business decisions. To do this, data analysts use various data visualization tools such as Power BI, Tableau, and QlikView. Using these tools, data analysts can integrate various data sets, apply joint conditions, sort and filter data, as well create different visualizations using charts and graphs. The seventh skill for a data analyst is industry knowledge. Data analysts should have good knowledge and understanding of the industry or domain they are working in. For example, if you're working in a healthcare domain, you need to know how healthcare analytics can be applied to improve patient care. You should have knowledge about the challenges faced in healthcare and how you can leverage data and analytics to solve the issues. Only if you have strong industry knowledge can you try to improve the business? The eighth skill that is important for a data analyst in 2022 is problem solving. A business deals with several problems on a daily basis. Data analysts should be ready to face those challenges. Data analysts are expected to use their problem-solving skills, work with the team, troubleshoot what went wrong, and provide an effective solution via data analysis. A data analyst with good problem-solving skills can help a business identify current and potential issues and determine a viable solution based on the data it collects. The ninth skill on our list is analytical thinking. Data analysts need analytical thinking ability to break down a complex problem into simple components and resolve these components one by one. It is a must-have skill for data analysts. Analytical thinking includes deciding the parameters that need to be considered for defining data sets, analyzing them from different perspectives, and determining variable dependencies. Coming to the 10th skill among the top 10 skills for a data analyst in 2022, we have communication. Data analysts don't just interact with computers and programs, they also interact with team members, stakeholders, and data suppliers. So, good communication skills are essential. Data analysts also present their findings in front of an audience who might not be familiar with the analytical methods and processes. So they need to clearly translate their findings and insights into non-technical terms. So those were the top 10 skills a data analyst needs to possess in 2022. Do you think we missed out on any skills? Then please put your answers in the comment section below. Now let's look at the salary of a data analyst. According to Glassdoor, the average annual salary for a data analyst in the United States is $69,517. While in India, you can earn nearly 7 lakh rupees per annum. Finally, let's look at the top companies that are hiring data analysts in 2022. Here we have the consultancy and Big Four giant Deloitte and the pharmaceutical company Cerner Corporation. Then we have the tech giant IBM, retail company Walmart, and the e-commerce leader Amazon. To achieve the goals of data analysis, we use a number of data analysis tools. Companies rely on these tools to gather and transform their data into meaningful insights. So which tool should you choose to analyze your data? Which tool should you learn if you want to make a career in this field? We will answer that in this session. After extensive research, we have come up with these top 10 data analysis tools. Here, we will look at the features of each of these tools and the companies using them. So let's start off. At number 10, we have Microsoft Excel. All of us would have used Microsoft Excel at some point, right? It is easy to use and one of the best tools for data analysis. Developed by Microsoft, Excel is basically a spreadsheet program. Using Excel, you can create grids of numbers, text, and formulae. It is one of the widely used tools, be it in a small or large setup. The interface of Microsoft Excel looks like this. Let's now move on to the features of Excel. Firstly, Excel works with the Windows version of Excel supports programming through Microsoft's Visual Basic for Applications (VBA). Programming with VBA allows spreadsheet manipulation that is difficult with standard spreadsheet techniques. In addition to this, the user can automate tasks such as formatting or data organization in VBA. One of the biggest benefits of Excel is its ability to organize large amounts of data into orderly, logical spreadsheets and charts. By doing so, it's a lot easier to analyze data, especially while creating graphs and other visual data representations. The visualization can be generated from a specified group of cells. Those were few of the features of Microsoft Excel. Let's now have a look at the companies using it. Most of the organizations today use Excel. Few of them that use it for analysis are the UK-based company Ernst & Young. Then we have Urban Pro, Wipro, and Amazon. Moving on to our next data analysis tool, at number 9, we have RapidMiner. A data science software platform, RapidMiner provides an integrated environment for data preparation, analysis, machine learning, and deep learning. It is used in almost every business and commercial sector. RapidMiner also supports all the steps of the machine learning process. Seen on your screens is the interface of RapidMiner. Moving on to the features of RapidMiner. Firstly, it offers the ability to drag and drop. It is very convenient to just drag drop some columns as you are exploring a data set and working on some analysis. RapidMiner allows the usage of any data, and it also gives an opportunity to create models which are used as a basis for decision making and formulation of strategies. It has data exploration features such as graphs, descriptive statistics, and visualization, which allows users to get valuable insights. It also has more than 1,500 operators for every data transformation and analysis task. Let's now have a look at the companies using RapidMiner. We have the Caribbean airline Leeward Islands Air Transport. Next, we have the United Health Group, the American online payment company PayPal, and the Austrian telecom company Mobilcom. So that was all about RapidMiner. Now let's see which tool we have at number 8. We have Talent at number 8. Talent is an open source software platform which offers data integration and management. It specializes in big data integration. Talent is available both in open source and premium versions. It is one of the best tools for cloud computing and big data integration. The interface of Talent is as seen on your screens. Moving on to the features of Talent. Firstly, automation is one of the great boons Talent offers. It even maintains the tasks for the users. This helps with quick deployment and development. It also offers open source tools. Talent lets you download these tools for free. The development costs reduce significantly as the processes gradually speed up. Talent provides a unified platform. It allows you to integrate with many databases, SaaS, and other technologies. With the help of the data integration platform, you can build flat files, relational databases, and cloud apps 10 times faster. Those were the features of Talent. The companies using Talent are Air France, L'Oreal, Capgemini, and the American multinational pizza restaurant chain Domino's. Next on the list at 7 we have KNIME. Constance Information Miner on KNIME is a free and open source data analytics, reporting and integration platform. It can integrate various components for machine learning and data mining through its modular data pipelining concept. KNIME has been used in pharmaceutical research and other areas like CRM customer data analysis, business intelligence, text mining, and financial data analysis. Here is how the interface of KNIME application looks like. Now coming to the KNIME features. KNIME provides an interactive graphical user interface to create visual workflows using the drag and drop feature. Use of JDBC allows assembly of nodes blending different data sources, including pre-processing such as ETL, that is extraction, transformation, loading, for modeling, data analysis, and visualization with minimal programming. It supports multi-threaded in-memory data processing. KNIME allows users to visually create data flows, selectively execute some or all analysis steps, and later inspect the results, models, and interactive views. KNIME Server automates workflow execution and supports team-based collaboration. KNIME integrates various other open source projects such as machine learning algorithms from Becker, H2O, Keras, Spark, and our project. KNIME allows analysis of 300 million custom addresses, 20 million cell images, and 10 million molecular structures. Some of the companies hiring for KNIME are United Health Group, ASML, Fractal Analytics, Atos, and Lego Group. Let's now move on to the next tool. We have SAS at number 6. SAS facilitates analysis, reporting, and predictive modeling with the help of powerful visualizations and dashboards. In SAS, data is extracted and categorized, which helps in identifying and analyzing data patterns. As you can see on your screens, this is how the interface looks like. Moving on to the features of SAS. Using SAS, better analysis of data is achieved by using automatic code generation and SAS SQL. SAS allows you to access through Microsoft Office by letting you create reports using it and by distributing them through it. SAS helps with an easy understanding of complex data and allows you to create interactive dashboards and reports. Let's now have a look at the companies using SAS. We have companies like Genpact, IQVIA, Accenture, and IBM to name a few. That was all about SAS. So for all those who joined in late, let me just quickly repeat our list. At number 10, we have Microsoft Excel. Then at number 9, we have RapidMiner. At number 8, we have Talent. At number 7, we have Nime. And at number 6, we have SAS. So far, do you all agree with this list? Let us know in the comment section below. Let's now move on to the next 5 tools in our list. So at number 5, we have both R and Python. Yes, we have 2 of them in the 5th position. R is a programming language which is used for analysis as well. It has traditionally been used in academics and research. Python is a high-level programming language which has a Python data analysis library. It is used for everything starting from importing data from Excel spreadsheets to processing them for analysis. This is the interface of R. Next up is the interface of the Python Jupyter Notebook. Let's now move on to the features of both R and Python. When it comes to the availability of R and Python, it is very easy. Both R and Python are completely free, hence it can be used without any license. R used to compute everything in memory and hence the computations were limited, but now it has changed. Both R and Python have options for parallel computations and good data handling capabilities. As mentioned earlier, as both R and Python are open in nature, all the latest features are available without any delay. Moving on to the companies using R, we have Uber, Google, Facebook, to name a few. Python is used by many companies. Again, to name a few, we have Amazon, Google, and the American photo and video sharing social networking service, Instagram. That was all about R and Python. At number 4, we have Apache Spark. Apache Spark is an open source engine developed specifically for handling large-scale data processing and analytics. Spark offers the ability to access data in a variety of sources including Hadoop Distributed File System HDFS, OpenStack Swift, Amazon S3 and Cassandra. It allows you to store and process data in real time across various clusters of computers using simple programming constructs. Apache Spark is designed to accelerate analytics on Hadoop while providing a complete suite of complementary tools that include a fully featured machine learning library, a graph processing engine, and stream processing. So this is how the interface of Apache Spark looks like. Now let's look at the important features of Apache Spark. Spark stores data in the RAM, hence it can access the data quickly and accelerate the speed of analytics. Spark helps to run an application in a Hadoop cluster up to 100 times faster in memory and 10 times faster when running on disk. It supports multiple languages and allows the developers to write applications in Java, Scala, R, or Python. Spark comes up with 80 high-level operators for interactive querying. Spark code for batch processing, join stream against historical data, or run ad hoc queries on stream state. Analytics can be performed better as Spark has a rich set of SQL queries, machine learning algorithms, complex analytics, etc. Apache Spark provides fault tolerance through Spark RDD. Spark resilient distributed data sets are designed to handle the failure of any worker node in the cluster. Thus, it ensures that the loss of data reduces to 0. Conviva, Netflix, IQVIA, Lockheed Martin, and eBay are some of the companies that use Apache Spark on a daily basis. At number 3, we have another important growing data analysis tool, that is ClickView. ClickView software is a product of Qlik for business intelligence and data visualization. ClickView is a business discovery platform that provides self-service BI for all business users and organizations. With ClickView, you can analyze data and use your data discoveries to support decision-making. ClickView is a leading business intelligence and analytics platform in Gartner Magic Quadrant. On the screen, you can see how the interface of ClickView looks like. Now talking about its features. ClickView provides interactive guided analytics with in-memory storage technology. During the process of data discovery and interpretation of collected data, the ClickView software helps the user by suggesting possible interpretations. ClickView uses a new patent in-memory architecture for data storage. All the data from the different sources is loaded in the RAM of the system and it is ready to be retrieved from there. It has the capability of efficient social and mobile data discovery. Social data discovery offers to share individual data insights within groups or out of it. A user can add annotations as an addition to someone else's insights on a particular data report. ClickView supports mobile data discovery within an HTML5-enabled touch feature which lets the user search the data and conduct data discovery interactively and explore other server-based applications. ClickView performs OLAP and ETL features to perform analytical operations, extract data from multiple sources, transform it for usage, and load it to a data warehouse. The companies that can help you start your career in ClickView are Mercedes-Benz, Capgemini, Citibank, Cognizant, and Accenture, to name a few. At number 2, we have Power BI. Power BI is a business analytics solution that lets you visualize your data and share insights across your organization or embed them in your app or website. It can connect to hundreds of data sources and bring your data to life with live dashboards and reports. Power BI is the collective name for a combination of cloud-based apps and services that help organizations collate, manage, and analyze data from a variety of sources through a user-friendly interface. Power BI is built on the foundation of Microsoft Excel and has several components such as Windows desktop application called Power BI Desktop, and online software as a service called Power BI Service, mobile Power BI apps available on Windows phones and tablets, as well as for iOS and Android devices. Here is how the Power BI interface looks like. As you can see, there is a visually interactive sales report with different charts and graphs. Moving on to the features of Power BI. It has an easy drag and drop functionality with features that make data visually appealing. You can create reports without having the knowledge of any programming language. Power BI helps users see not only what's happened in the past and what's happening in the present, but also what might happen in the future. It offers a wide range of detailed and attractive visualizations to create reports and dashboards. You can select several charts and graphs from the visualization pane. Power BI has machine learning capabilities with which it can spot patterns in data and use those patterns to make informed predictions and run what-if scenarios. Power BI supports multiple data sources such as Excel, text CSV, Oracle, SQL Server PDF, and XML files. The platform integrates with other popular business management tools like SharePoint, Office 365, and Dynamics 365, as well as other non-Microsoft products like Spark, Hadoop, Google Analytics, SAP, Salesforce, and MailChimp. Some of the companies using Power BI are Adobe, AXA, Carlsberg, Capgemini, and Nestle. Moving on to the next tool. So any guesses as to what we have at number 1? You can comment in the chat section below. Finally, on the top of the pyramid, we have Tableau. Gartner's Magic Quadrant of 2020 classified Tableau as a leader in business intelligence and data analysis. Tableau Interactive Data Visualization Software Company was founded in Jan 2003 in Mountain View, California. Tableau is a data visualization software that is used for data science and business intelligence. It can create a wide range of different visualization to interactively present the data and showcase insights. The important products of Tableau are Tableau Desktop, Tableau Public, Tableau Server, Tableau Online, and Tableau Reader. This is how the interface of Tableau Desktop looks like. Now coming to the features of Tableau. Data analysis is very fast with Tableau, and the visualizations created are in the form of dashboards and worksheets. Tableau delivers interactive dashboards that support insights on the fly. It can translate queries to visualizations and import all ranges and sizes of data. Writing simple SQL queries can help join multiple data sets and then build reports out of it. You can create transparent filters, parameters, and highlighters. Tableau allows you to ask questions, spot trends, and identify opportunities. With the help of Tableau Online, you can connect with cloud databases, Amazon Redshift, and Google BigQuery. The companies using Tableau are Deloitte, Adobe, Cisco, LinkedIn, and the American e-commerce giant Amazon, to name a few. And there you go, those are the top 10 data analysis tools.
R is a statistical programming language and environment that integrates statistical computing and graphics. R is powerful and stable software. Python can also be called as a general-purpose programming language for data analysis and scientific computing. Python can be considered as the best player in machine learning. Python is an expressive language with many built-in functions. Both are open source software and platform independent. And they are platform neutral and also compatible with all major operating systems including Unix, Windows, and Mac. Next, we will be covering different parameters. We will be covering learning preferability, mathematical fundamentals, speed of both the languages, visualization and graphics, data handling capacity, demand, community and customer support, employment possibility in both the languages. Let us cover it one by one. First one is learning preferability or ease of learning. Python is renowned for its ease of use. Python's notebooks offer excellent tools for sharing and documentation despite the fact that there are currently no GUIs for them. Programmers find R as difficult language as a beginner. This implies that the programmers must devote a significant amount of time to learn and comprehending R coding. Coming to mathematical fundamentals required. Coming to Python, understanding descriptive analysis is very important. In layman's terms, descriptive statistics often refers to the process of explaining using certain representative techniques such as charts, tables, Excel files, etc. Python statistics is a built-in library for descriptive statistics. If your data sets are not too big or if you can't rely on importing other libraries, you can use Python. On the other hand, R requires basic statistics. From basic statistics, what I mean is mean, mode, and median are the terms used most frequently in basic statistics. It is referred to as measures of central tendency. Probability statistics plays an important role in handling various types of probability distribution. It includes binomial and normal distribution. Next parameter is speed. Python is an interpreted language with dynamic typing. Python always executes slowly because the code is executed line by line. Compared to MATLAB and Python, R language is significantly slower. R packages are substantially slower than those for other languages. Now that we have covered speed, coming to data visualization and data collection in Python. When selecting data analysis tools, visualization are crucial and Python has some incredible visualization tools. In Python, to large and varied scatter plots using regression lines, we can use ggplot2 and ggplot tools. Compared to raw values, visualized data is easier to comprehend. Therefore, R has many packages that offers sophisticated graphic features. In R, we can use tools like Matplotlib, Seaborn, etc. Data handling capability in both Python and R. The new releases in Python have resolved the issue with the Python packages for data analysis. R is useful for analysis because of the abundance of packages, accessibility of the test, and benefit of employing formulas. However, simple data analysis can also be done using the need to install many packages. Crucial part of parameter, that is tools and libraries in Python and R. As a Python developer, one needs to be well versed in the best libraries because Python has a lot of libraries that have many different uses. Libraries like TensorFlow, Scikit-learn, NumPy plays an important role in solving many Python-related problems. Libraries perform a wide variety of tasks in R that are very beneficial for data science operations. Example for that is dplyr, bioconductor, etc. Community and customer support index offered by Python and R. Compared to R, Python has a larger community. For assistance, we can contact www.python.org. For any queries regarding Python and help, you can visit support.realpython.com. For any help and queries, R offers you with RStudio community. R provides assistance through its official website. For queries and community-related issues, we can contact www.r-project.org. Next is job opportunities in Python and R. A recent survey from Indeed.com predicts that at least 55,000 Python jobs in the USA with exponential pay rates are available. Big tech companies like Google, Amazon, Twitter, Facebook requires Python developer to handle massive amount of data. Position provided for a Python developer is software engineer, data analyst, data scientist, and many more. Career in R is an excellent job opportunity for you as a beginner. Big tech companies like Google, Twitter, Facebook are using R. Position provided by companies as a R developer is data scientist, data analyst, data visualization analyst, etc. Moving on, let us wrap up an important topic, which language to be used between R and Python. There is no right or wrong way to study both Python or R. Both are in demand skills that will enable you to complete almost any data analytics work you come across. It ultimately depends on your background, interest, and career objectives that which one is better for you. But compared to R, Python is easy to learn. Let's compare its strengths and weaknesses. It is used to handle large amount of data. Python performs non-statistical functions and it is best suitable for programming. However, Python is better when it comes to coding. Whereas R is used in data visualization graphics, R is a widespread language in the statistical community. It is used to accomplish many mathematical tasks. So before concluding the topic, let me answer the query that I have asked regarding R and Python. Do you guys remember the question? The query was, R language is superficially related to which language? So the answer for the question is C language.
Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight? Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data. And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALL-E, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet: order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character and coding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we'll be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. Would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with their respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder. Provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output of the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, we'll write, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us? So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So we have started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see, guys, that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion, suggests the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Since this is data analysis with Python, we got to ask the question, why Python for data analytics? I mean, there's C++, there's Java, there's .NET from Microsoft. Why do people go to Python for it? So the number of reasons. One, it's easy to learn with simple syntax. You don't have a very high typeset like you do in Java and other coding, so it allows you to kind of be a little lazy in your programming. That doesn't mean that it can't be set that way and that you don't have to be careful. It just means you can spin up a code much quicker in Python. The same amount of code to do something in Python a lot of times is 1, 2, or 3, or 4 lines, where when I did the same thing, say in Java, I found myself with 10, 12, 13, 20 lines, depending on what it was. It's very scalable and flexible. So there's our flexibility because you can do a lot with it, and you can easily scale it up. You can go from something on your machine to using PySpark under the Spark environment and spread that across hundreds, if not thousands of servers across terabytes of data or petabytes of data. So it's very scalable. There's a huge collection of libraries. This one's always interesting because Java has a huge collection of libraries. C has a huge collection of libraries. .NET does, and they're always in competition to get those libraries out. Scala for your Spark. All those have huge collections of libraries. This is always changing, but because Python's open source, you almost always have easy to access libraries that anybody can use. You don't have to go check your licensing and have special licensing like you do in some packages. Graphics and visualization, they have a really powerful package for that, so it makes it easy to create nice displays for people to read. And community support. Because Python is open source, it has a huge community that supports it. You can do a quick Google and probably find a solution for almost anything you're working on. Python libraries. Let's bring it together. We have data analytics and we have Python. So when we're talking data analytics, we're talking Python libraries for data analytics. And the big 5 players are NumPy, Pandas, Matplot library, SciPy, which is going to be in the background, so we're not going to talk too much about the scientific formulas in SciPy, and scikit. So NumPy supports n-dimensional arrays, provides numerical computing tools useful for linear algebra and Fourier transform. And you can think of this as just a grid of numbers. And you can even have a grid inside a grid, or data. It's not even numbers because you can also put words and characters and just about anything into that array. But you can think of a grid, and then you can have a grid inside a grid, and you end up with a nice 3-dimensional array. If you want to talk 3-dimensional array, you can think of images. You have your 3 channels of color, 4 if you have an alpha, and then you have your XY coordinates for the image we're looking at. So you can go X, Y, and then what are the 3 channels to generate that color. And NumPy isn't restricted to 3 dimensions. You could imagine watching a movie. Well, now you have your movie clips, and they each have their X number of frames, and each of those frames have X number of XY coordinates for the pictures in each frame, and then you have your 3 dimensions for the colors. So NumPy is just a great way to work with n-dimensional arrays. Now closely with NumPy is Pandas. Useful for handling missing data, perform mathematical operations, provides functions to manipulate data. Pandas is becoming huge because it is basically a data frame. And if you're working with big data and you're working in Spark or any of the other major packages out there, you realize that the data frame is very central to a lot of that. And you can look at it as a Excel spreadsheet. You have your columns, you have your rows or indexes, and you can do all kinds of different manipulations of the data within, including filling in missing data, which is a big thing when you're dealing with large pools or lakes of data where they might be collected differently from different locations. And Matplot library. We did kick over the SciPy, which is a lot of mathematical computations, which usually runs in the background of NumPy and Pandas. Although you do use them, they're useful for a lot of other things in there. But the Matplot library, that's the final part. That's what you want to show people. And this is your plotting library in Python. Several toolkits extend Matplot library functionality. There's like 100 different toolkits to extend Matplot library, which range from how to properly display star constellations from astronomy. There's a very specific one built just for that, all the way to some very generic ones. We'll actually add Seaborn in when we do the labs in a minute. Several toolkits extend Matplotlib functionality, and it creates interactive visualization. So there's all kinds of cool things you can do as far as just displaying graphs, and there's even some that you can create interactive graphs. We won't do the interactive graphs, but you'll see, you'll get a pretty good grasp of some of the different things you can do in Matplotlib. Let's jump over to the demo, which is my favorite. Roll up our sleeves, get our hands in on what we're doing. Now, there's a lot of options when we're dealing with Python. You can use PyCharm as a really popular one. And you'll see this all over the place. So it's one of the main ones that's out there, and there's a lot of other ones. I used to use NetBeans, which has kind of lost favor. Don't even have it installed on my new computer. But the most popular one right now for data science. Now, PyCharm is really popular for Python general development. For data science, we usually go to Jupyter Notebook or Anaconda. And we're going to jump into Anaconda because that's my favorite one to go to because it has a lot of external tools for us. We're not going to dig into those, but we will pop in there so you can see what it looks like. So with Anaconda, we have our Jupyter Lab, we have our notebook. These are identical. Jupyter Lab is an upgrade to the notebooks with multiple tabs. That's all it is. And we'll be using the notebook. And you can see that PyCharm is so popular with Python that we even have it highlighted here in Anaconda as part of the setup. Jupyter Notebook can also be a standalone. So we're actually going to be running Jupyter Notebook. And then you have your different environments. We're going to be under main Py36. There's a root one. And I usually label it Py36. The reason is currently as of writing this, TensorFlow only works in 3.6 and not in 3.7 or 3.8 for doing neural networks. But you can actually have multiple environments, which is nice. They separate the kernels, so it helps protect your computer when you're doing development. And this is just a great way to do a display or a demo, especially if you're looking for that job. Pull up your laptop, open it up. Or if you're doing a meeting, get it broadcast up to the big screen so that the CEO can see what you're looking at. And when we launch the notebook, it actually opens up a file browser in whatever web browser you have. This happens to be Chrome. And then you can just go under New. There's a lot of different options depending on what you have installed. Python 3. And this just creates an untitled version of this. And you can see here I'm actually in a Simplilearn folder for other work I've done for Simplilearn. And that's where I save all my stuff and I can browse through other folders, making it real easy to jump from one project to another. And under here, we'll go ahead and change the name of this, and we'll go ahead and rename it Data Analytics. Data Analytics. Just so I can remember what I was doing. Which is probably about 50 of the folders in here, or files in here right now. So let's go ahead and jump in there and take a look at some of these different tools that we were looking at. And as we go through the demo, let's start with the NumPy. The least visually exciting. And I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what we're doing. And the first thing we want to do is import NumPy. And we'll import it as NP. That is the most common NumPy terminology. And let's go ahead and change the view so we also have the line numbers. I don't know why, we probably won't need them, but I like it for easy reference. And then we'll create a one-dimensional array. We'll just call this array1. And it equals np.array, and you put your array information in here. In this case, we'll spell it out. You can actually do like a range and other ways. There's lots of ways to generate these arrays. But we'll just do 1, 2, 3, so 3 integers. And if we print our array1, we can go ahead and run this. And you can see right here it prints 1, 2, 3. You can see why this is a really nice interface to show other people what you're doing with the Jupyter Notebook. So this is the basic. We've created an array. This is a one-dimensional array, and then the array is 1, 2, 3. One of the nice things about the Jupyter Notebook is whatever ran in this first setup is still running. It's still in the kernel. So it still has the NumPy imported as NP, and it still has our variable ARR1 for array1 equal to NP array of 1, 2, 3. So when we go to the next cell, we can check the type of the array. We're just going to print We say, hey, what is this setup in here? And we want type, and then we want, what is the type of array 1? And let's go ahead and run that. And it says class numpy array. So it's its own class. That's all we're doing is checking to see what that class is. And if you're going to look at the array class, probably the biggest thing you do, I don't know how many times I find myself doing this because I forget what I'm working on, and I forget I'm working with a 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional array. And I have to reformat somehow so it works with whatever other things I have. And so we do the array shape. The array shape is just 3 because it has 3 members and it's a 1-dimensional array. That's all that is. And with the numpy array, we can easily access, stick with the print statement. If you actually put a variable in Jupyter Notebook and it's the last one in the cell, it will be the same as a print statement. So if I do this, where array 1 of 2, it's the same as doing print array of 2. Those are identical statements in our Jupyter Notebook. We'll go and stick with the print on this one. And it's 3. So there's our print space 2, and we have 0, 1, 2, 2 equals 3. We can easily change that. So we have array 1 of place 2 equals 5. And then if we print our array 1, you can see right down here when it comes out, it's 1, 2, and 5. And there I left the print statement off because it's the last variable in the list. It'll always print the variable if you just put it in like that. That's a Jupyter Notebook thing. Don't do that in PyCharm. I've forgotten before doing a demo. And we talked about multiple dimensions, so we'll do an array, 2-dimensional array. And this is again a numpy array. And in the numpy array, we need our first dimension. We'll do 1, 2, 3, and our second dimension 3, 4, 5. And you can see right here that when we hit the, we'll do this. We'll just do array 2. And we can run that, and there's our array 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. We can also do array 2 of 1. And then we can do, let's do 0. Doesn't really matter which one. Actually, let's do 2. There we go. And if I run this, it'll print out 5. Because here we are. This is 0. 0, 1, 2, 3 is on our 0 row. 3, 4, 5 is on our 1 row. I always start with 0. And then the 2, 0, 1, 2 goes to the 5. And then maybe we forgot what we were working with. So we'll go do array2.shape. And if we do array2 of shape, we'll go and run that. We'll see we have 2 rows, and each row has 3 elements. 2-dimensional array, 2, 3. If you looked up here when we did it before, it just had 3, nothing. When you have a single entity, it always saves it as a tuple with a blank space. But you can see right here we have 2, 3. And if you remember from up here, we just did this array 2 of, let's go, what is it, 1, 2. We run that, we get the 5. You can also count backwards. This is kind of fun. And you'll see I just kind of switched something on you because you can also do 1, 2 to get to the same spot. Now 2 is the last one, 0, 1, 2. It's the last one in there. We can count backwards and do -1. And if we run this, we get the same answer. Whether we count it as, let's go back up here. Whether we count this as 0, 1, 2, or we count backwards as -1, -2, -3. And you can see that if I change this -1 to a -2 and run that, I get 4, which is going backwards, -1, -2. So there's a lot of different ways to reference what we're working on inside the numpy array. It's really a cool tool. It's got a lot of things you can do with it. And we talked about the fact that it can also hold things that are not values, and we'll call this array ask for strings equals np.array. Put our setup in there, our brackets, and let's go China, India, USA, Mexico, it doesn't matter. We can make whatever we want on here. And if we print that out, we run this, you can see that we get our NumPy array: China, India, USA, Mexico. It even gives us our D type of a U6. And a lot of times when you're messing with data, we'll call this array R for range, just to kind of keep it uniform. np.arange. So this is a command inside NumPy to create a range of numbers. And if you're testing data, maybe you want, maybe you have equal time increments that are spaced a certain point apart. But in this case, we're just going to do integers. And we're going to do a setup from 0 to 20, skipping every other one. And we'll print it out and see what that looks like. And you can see here we have 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Like you expected, it skips every one. And just a quick note, there's no 20 on here. Why? Well, this starts at 0 and counts up to 20. So if you're used to another language where it explicitly says less than or less than equal to 20, like for x equals 0, x plus plus, x is less than 20. That's what this is. It just assumes x is less than 20 on here. And if we want to create a very uniform set, 0, 2, 4, 6, what happens if I want to create numbers from 0 to 10, but I need 20 increments in there? We can do that with line space. So we can create an R, we'll call this L, equals, I don't think we'll actually use any of this again, so I don't know why I'm creating unique identifiers for it. But we'll do NP, lin space, and we're going to do 0 to 10, or 0 to 9. Remember, it goes up to 10. And then we want to, let's say we have 20 different increments in there. So we're creating we have a data set, and we know it's over a certain time period, and we need to divide that time period by 20. And it happens to just have 10 pieces in it. And here we go. You can see right here, we have 20, or it has 20 pieces in it, but it's over 10 years. And we got to divide it in the middle. And you can see it goes 0.52. Remember, yeah, there's our 10 on the end, so it goes up to 10. And then we can also do random. There's np.random. If you're doing neural networks, usually you start it by seeding it with random numbers. And we'll just do np.random, and we'll just call this array. We'll stop giving it unique numbers. We'll print that one out and run it. And you can see we have random numbers. They are 0 to 1. So you'll see that all these numbers are under 1. And you can easily alter that by multiplying them out or something like that if you want to do like 0 to 100. You can also round them up if it's integer 0 to 100. There's all kinds of things you can do, but it generates a random float between 0 and 1. And you have a couple options. You could reshape that, or you can just generate them in whatever shape you want. And so we can see here, we did 3 and 4, and so you can see 3 rows by 4 variables. Same thing as doing a reshape of 12 variables to 3 and 4. And if you're going to do that, you might need an empty data set. I have had this come up many times where I need to start off with 0, and I don't know, because I'm going to be adding stuff in there, or it might be 0 and 1, where 1 is, if you're removing the background of an image, you might want the background is 0, and then you figure out where the image is, and you set all those boxes to 1, and you create a mask. So creating masks over images is really big, and doing that with a NumPy array of 0. And we can also give it a space. And we'll just do this all in one shot this time. And we'll do the same thing like we did before, zeros. And in this case, we'll do 2, 3. And so when we run this, forgot the asterisks around it. I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. So when we run this, you can see here we have our 10 zeros in a row, and maybe this is a mask for an image, and so it has 2 rows of 3 digits in it. So it's a very small image, little tiny pixel. And maybe you're looking to do something the opposite way. Instead of creating a mask of zeros and filling in with ones, maybe you want to create a mask of 1s and fill them in with 0s. And we'll just do, just like we did before, we'll do 3, 4. And when we run this, you'll see it's all 1s. And we could even do this even, we'll do it this way. Let's do 10 by 10 icon, and then you have your 3 colors. And you can, so it creates quite a large array there for doing pictures and stuff like that when you add that 3rd dimension in. If we take that off, it's a little bit easier to see. We'll do 10 again. And you can easily see how we have 10 rows of 10 1s. And you can also do something like create an array. And we'll do 0, 1, 2. And then in this array, we actually, we'll print it right out. We want a repeat. And so you can actually do a repeat of the array, and maybe you need this array, let's repeat it 3 times. So there's our repeat of an array, repeat 3 times. And if we run this, you'll see we have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. And whenever I think of a repeat, I don't really think of repeating being the first digit 3 times, the second digit. I really always think of it as 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. It catches me every time. But the actual code for that one is going to be tile. And again, if we do arrange 3 and we run this, you can see how you can generate 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And if you're dealing with an identity matrix, we can do that also if you're big on doing your matrices. And we'll just identity. I guess we'll go ahead and spell it out today. Matrix. And the command we're looking for is EYE. And we'll do 3. And then we'll just go ahead and print this out. There we go. There's our identity matrix. And it comes out by a 3 by 3 array, because there's our matrix. And then it puts the 1s down the middle and for doing your different matrix math. And we can manipulate that a little bit too. We talk about matrices. We might not want 1s across the middle, in which case we now have the diagonal. So we can do an np.diagonal. And we do a diagonal. Let's put in the diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when we run this, again, this generates a value. And by just putting that value in, there's the same as putting print around it, or putting array equals and then print array. And you can see it generates a diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's your beginning of your matrix array for working with matrices. And we can actually go in reverse. Let's create an array equals, remember our random .random, and we'll do a 5 by 5 array. Oops, there we go. 5 by 5. And just so you can see what that looks like. Helps if I don't mistype the numbers, which in this case I just need to take out the brackets. And there you go. You have your 5 by 5 array set up in there. And we can now, because we're working with matrices, we might want to do this in reverse and extract the diagonals, which would be the 0.79, the 0.678, and so on. And we simply type in np.diagonal. We put our array in there. And this will, of course, print it out because it returns it as a variable. And you can see here's our diagonal going across from our matrix. And we did talk about shape earlier. If you remember, you can do print the shape out. You can also do the dimensions. So in dimensions, very similar to shape, it comes out and just has 2 dimensions. We can also look at the size. So if we do size on here, we can run that. And you can see it has a size of 25, 2 dimensions, and of course 5 by 5. And that was from the shape from earlier that we looked at. There's our 5 by 5 shape. And if you remember earlier we did random, well, you can also do random. I talked a little bit about manipulating 0 to 1 and how you can get different answers. You can also do straight for the integer part. And we'll do minus 10 to 10, 4, And so we're going to generate random integers between minus 10 to 10. We're going to generate 4 of those. And so when we run that, we have 7, minus 3, minus 6, minus 3. They're all between minus 10 and 10, and there's 4 of them. And now we jump into some of the functionality of arrays, which is really great, because this is where they come in. Here's your array, and you can add 10 to it. And if I run this, there takes my original array from up here with the integers and adds 10 to all of those values. So now we have, oh, this is the decimal, that's right. This is a random decimal I had stored in an array. But this takes the random numbers I had from 0 to 1 and adds 10 to them. And we can just as easily do minus 10. We could even do times 2. And we could do divide by 2. And it'll take that random number we generated and cut it in half. So now all these numbers are under 0.5. Another way you can change the numbers to what you need on there. And as you dig deeper into NumPy, we can also do exponential. So as an exponential function, which should generate some interesting numbers off of the random. So we're taking them to the power, I don't even remember what the original numbers in the array were, because we did the random numbers up there. Here's our original numbers, and if you build an exponential on there, this is where you get e to the x on this. And just like you can do e to the x, you can also do the log. So if you're doing logarithmic functions, that reinforced learning, you might be doing some kind of log setup on there, and you can see the logarithmic of these different array numbers. And if you're working with log base 2, you can just change it in there, np log 2. You have to look it up, because this is not log 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is log and log 2. So just a quick note, that's not a variable going in. That is an actual command. There's a number of them in there, and you'll have to go look and see what the documentation is. But you can also do log 10. So here's log value 10. Some other really cool functions you can do with this is your sine. So we can take a sine value of all of our different values in there. And if you have sine, you of course have cosine. We can run that. So here's the cosine of those. And if you're doing activations in your NumPy array and you're doing a tangent activation, there's your tangent for that. And the tangent activation is actually from neural networks. That's one of the ways you can activate it, because it forms a nice curve between from whether you're generating 1 to -1 with some discrepancy in the middle. Just jumping a little bit in there into neural networks. And then we get into, let me just put the array back out there so that we can see it while we're doing this. As we're getting into this, you can also sum the values. So we have np sum, and you can do a summation of all the values in this array. And you'll see that if you added all these together, they'd equal 12.519, and so on. I don't know what the whole setup is in there. But you can see right here the summation of this. One of the things you can also do is by axes. So we could do axes equals 0. And if we run the summation of the axes equals 0, and you can think of that in NumPy as the rows. So that would be, or you can think of that in NumPy as being the columns. We're summing these columns going across. And you can also change this to 1, and now we're summing the rows. And so that is the summation of this row, and so forth going down. And maybe you don't need to know the summation. Maybe what you're looking for is the minimum. So here's our minimal. You're looking for, and this comes up a lot because you have like your errors. We want to find the minimal error inside of this array. And just like the other one, we can do axes equals 0. And you can see here 0.0645 is the smallest number in this first column is 0.0645, and so on. And if you have a minimum, well, you might also want to know the max. Maybe we're looking for the maximum profit. And here we go. You can see maximum 0.79 is the maximum on this first column. And just like we did before, you can change this to a 1 on axes. You can take the axes out of here and just find the max value for the whole array. And the max value in here was 0.8344, so on and so on. And since we're talking data analytics, we want to go ahead and look at the mean. Pretty much the same as the average. This is the mean across the whole thing. And just like we did before, we could also do axes equals 0. And then you'll see this is the mean of this axis and so on. And we have mean. We might want to know the median. And there's our median, our most common numbers. If we have median, we might want to know the standard deviation. Or if we have the average, a lot of times you do the means and the standard deviation. We can run that, and there's our standard deviations along the axes. We can also do it across the whole array. If we're going to do standard deviations, there's also variance, which is your VAR. And there's our variance across the different levels. And so if we looked at that, we looked at variance, we looked at standard deviation, the median, and the means. There's more, but those are the most common ones used with data analytics. And then going through your data and figuring out what you're going to present to the shareholders. And some other things we can do is we can actually take slices. You'll hear that terminology. And a slice might be, like we have a 5 by 5 array, but maybe we don't want the whole array. Maybe we want from 1 on, we don't want the 0 in there. So we got up to 4. And maybe on the second part, we just want 2 to row 3. And so this notation right here says 1 to the end. And if we run this, you can see how that generates a single row to the end, and then row 2 and 3. Now remember, it doesn't include 3. That's why we only get the 1 column. So if you wanted 2 and 3, you would need to go ahead and go 2 to 4. So it goes up to 4. We could also do this in reverse. Just like we learned earlier, we can go -1. Whoops. And when we go to -1, it's the same thing because we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the same thing as 2 to 4. It goes 2 to the last one. Also very common with arrays is you're going to want to sort them. So we still have our array up here that we randomly generated, and we might want to sort it, and we'll go and throw an axis back in there. Axis equals 1. If we run this, you can see from the axes that it sorts it, the 0.2 being the lowest value to the highest value by the row. We can also change this, of course, to axis 0 if you're sorting it by columns. So maybe your values are based on columns. And then, of course, you can do the whole array, and we can sort that. Don't usually do that, but I guess sometimes that might come up. And so you can see right here we have a nice sorted array. Something else, let's just go ahead and reprint our array so we can look at it again. Starting to get too many boxes up there. Something else you can do with an array is we can take and transpose it. This comes up more than you would think. When you transpose it, you'll see that the rows in the column are transposed. So where 0.79, 0.57, 0.064 is the column, now we've switched it and we have 0.79, 0.42 as the index. You can see this really more dramatic if we take a slice, and we'll just do a slice of the first couple, and then we'll just do all the other, the full rows. And if we run this, you can see how it comes up a little bit different. And we'll just do the same slice up here so you can see how those two look next to each other. There we go. There's our slice. Run. And so you can see the slice comes up and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 3 columns versus 3 rows. And the original version, when they first started putting this together, was a function. So the original version was transpose, and this still works. You can still see it generates the same value as just a capital T. So many times we flip this data because we'll have an XY value, or we'll have an image or something like that, and it's being read one way into the next process, and the next one needs it the opposite. So this actually happens a lot. You need to know how to transpose the data really quick. And we can go ahead, let's just take, here's our transpose. We'll just stick with the transpose on here. And instead of doing it this way, we might need to do something called flattening. Why would you flatten your data? If this is an array going into a neural network, you might want to send it in as one set of values instead of 2 rows. And you can see here is all the values as a single array. It just flattens it down into one array. So we covered our scientific means, transpose, median, some different variations on here. Some of the other things we want to do is what happens if we want to append to our array. So let's create a new array. I'm getting tired of looking at the same set of random numbers we generated earlier. So we'll go ahead and create a new array here, something a little simpler so it's easier to see what we're doing. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good enough. We'll just do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if we print this array, there it is, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we might want to append something to the array. So we have our array, we need to extend it. You got to be very careful about appending things to your array. And there's a number of reasons for that. One is runtime. Because of the way the NumPy array is set up, a lot of times you build your data and then push it into the NumPy array instead of continually adding on to the array. And then it also it automatically generates a copy for protecting your data. So there's a lot of reasons to be careful about appending this way. But you can certainly do it. And we can just take our array, we're going to create a new array, array 1. And if we print array 1 and we append 8 to it, you'll see 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there's our 8 appended onto the end. And if you want to append something to an array, you'd probably also want to, whoops, array 1. Let's try that again. There we go. Now we have the 8 appended onto the end. So you can see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we appended another 8 on there. And if you're going to append something, you might want to go ahead and insert. Instead of appending, it might be you need to keep a certain order. And we can do the same thing. We can do our array, and we're going to append or insert at the beginning. And let's go ahead and insert 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we go ahead and print our array 2. We run it, and you can see 1, 2, 3 is inserted at the beginning. Insert's a lot more powerful in that you can put it anywhere in the array. We can move it to the 1 spot, and there we go, 1, 2, 3. We can do a -1 just for fun, and you'll see it comes up 1, 2, 3, and we're counting backwards by 1. I imagine you can do a -0 and run this, and it turns out that -0 puts it back at the beginning because that's why it registers as 0, it just takes a minus sign off. And just like we add numbers on, we might want to delete numbers. And so let's do an np.delete. Well, let's keep it a little bit, make it a little easy here to watch. We'll go ahead and create an array 3, and we'll do np delete. And we were just working with array 2. And what we want to do is delete 0 space. So if you look at this, here's our array 2. Array 2 starts with 1. And when we delete the space on here and print that out, we deleted the 1 right out of there. And we can also do something like this, where we can do it as a slice. And we can do, let's do 1, 3. And if we run 1, 3, you'll see we've deleted the 1 space and the 3 space out, which deleted our 2 and 4. Now, keep in mind, when you're messing with adding lines and deleting lines, you have to be really careful because there's a time element involved as far as where the data is coming from, and it's really easy to delete the wrong data and corrupt what you're working on, or to insert stuff where you don't want it. So there's always a warning when we talk about manipulating NumPy arrays. And just like anything else we're doing, we'll create an array C, which equals, we'll just do our NumPy array that we just created, our NumPy array 3, and we can do copy. So you can make a copy of it. Maybe you want to protect your original data, or maybe you're making a mask, and so you copy the array, and then the new array make all these alterations and change it from values to 0 to 1 to mask over the first one. And of course, if we do array C, since it equals a copy of array 3, it's the same thing, 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we're getting into combine and split arrays. I end up doing a lot of this, and I don't know how many times I end up fiddling with this and having a mess. But you do it a lot. You know, you combine your arrays, you split them. You might need one set of data for one thing, another set of data for the other. So let's go ahead and create 2 arrays, array 1, array 2. And I want you to note, in the terminology we're going to look for is concatenate. And what that means is we're going to take, we'll call this array cat. I like array cat. There we go. Our array cat, our concatenated array, we're taking array 1 and 2, and it's very important to really pay attention to your axes and your counts. I can't merge 2 arrays that have, like, if their axes are messed up and I'm merging on axis 0, it's going to give me an error and I'll have to reshape them. So you got to make sure that whatever you're concatenating together works. And what that means, as you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 along the 0 axis. These each are 4 values. So it's a 2 by 4 value. And if we go ahead and switch this to 1, you can see how that flips it a little bit. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's interesting that we chose that one. If I did something like this, where this is now, there we go, and we concatenate it, run this, and it gives me an answer okay because I have 2 by 2, and I'm using axis 1. But if I switch this to axis 0, where now it's got 3 and 5, it gives me an error. So you got to be really careful on that to make sure that whatever axes you are putting together, that they match. So like I said, this one, oops, axis 1. Axis 1 has 2 entities, and since we're going on axis 1 or by row, you can see that it lets it merge it right onto the end there. And you could imagine this if this was a XY plot of value, or the X value going in and the predicted Y value coming out, and then you have another prediction and you want to combine them. This works really easy for that. And we'll go back and let's just put this back to where we had it. Oops, I forgot how many changes I made. There we go. We'll just put it, whoops, I messed up on my concatenation order here. There we go. Okay, so you can see that we went through the different concatenation. Axes is really important when you're doing your concatenation values on here. And we'll switch this back to 1 just because I like the looks of that better. There we go. 2 rows. Now, there are other commands in here. So we can do cat v equals np v stack. This is nothing more than your concatenation, but instead we don't have to put the axes in there because V stands for vertical. And so if we print out cat V and we run this, you can see we get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would be the same as making this axis 0 for vertical stack. And if you're going to have a vertical stack, you can also have an H stack. So if we change this from V stack to, oops, here we go, H stack, and we'll just change this from cat to cat, and I run this, it's the same as doing axis 0. The process is identical in the background. This is like a legacy setup, your V stack and your H stack. Most people just use concatenate and then put the axes in there because it's much has a lot more clarity and is more commonly used nowadays. The last section in NumPy we're going to cover is kind of data exploration, and that'll make a little bit more sense in just a moment. Sometimes they call them set operations. But let's say we have an array, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, whatever it is. You can see we generate a nice little array here. And what I want to go ahead and do is find the unique values in that array. So maybe I'm generating what they call a one-hot encoder. And so these values then all become, I need to know how long my bit array is going to be. So each word, each word is represented by a number, and then I want to know just how many of those words are in there. If we're doing word count, very popular thing to do. And you can see here when we do unique, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are our unique values. Some of the things we can do with the unique values is we can also, instead of doing just unique, we can do uniques, our unique values, and counts of each unique value. And this is very similar to what we just did up here, where we're doing NP unique, but we're going to add a little bit more into there. And it's just part of the arguments in this. And we want to do return counts equals true. So instead of just returning the unique values, we want to know how many of those unique values are in each one. And we'll go ahead and print our uniques and print our counts. When we run that, you can see here we have our unique value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just like we had before. And then there's two of the first of 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 1 5, 2 6s, and so on. And you can go through and actually look at that if you want to count them. But a quick way to find out your distribution of different values. So you might want to know how often the word the is used versus the word and, if each word is represented as a unique number. And along the set variables, we might want to know, let me just put a note up here. We're going to start looking at intersection, and we might want to also know differentiation, and neither. So when we're, neither. So when we're looking at now is we want to know, hey, where do these two arrays intersect? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We might want to know what is common between the two arrays. And so when we do that, we have NP intersect, and it's a 1D array, one-dimensional array. And then we need to go ahead and put array 1, array 2. And if we run this, we can see they intersect at 3, 4, 5. That's what they have common. And because we're going to go ahead and go through these and look at a couple different options, let's change this from intersect 1D. And we'll do the same thing. We'll go ahead and print this. So we might want to know the intersection where they have commonalities. Another unique word is union of 1D. So instead of intersect, we want to know all the values that are in both of them. So here's our union of 1D. When we run that, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's all the different values in there. And the last, one of the last words, we have 2 more to go, is we want to know what the set difference is. And so that's where you'll see that, if you remember set, we talked about that being what they call these things. So the set difference of a 1D array, when we run that, you can see that 1 is only in one array and 2 is only in one array. And if we want to know what's in array 1 but not in array 2, we might want to know what is in array 1 but not 2 and what's in 2 but not 1. And this would be the set X or 1D on here. So we have the 4 different options here where we can do an intersection. What do they both have in common? We can do a union. What are all the unique values in both arrays? We can see the difference, what's in array 1 but not array 2, so set diff, 1D. And then set X or, what is not in 1 but is in 2, and what is not in 2 but in 1. So we dug a lot in NumPy because we were talking, there's a lot of different little mathematical things going on in NumPy. A lot of this can also be done in pandas, although usually the heavy lifting is left for NumPy because that's what it's designed for. Let's go ahead and open up another Python 3 setup in here. And so we want to explore what happens when you want to display this. This is where it starts getting, in my opinion, a little fun because you're actually playing with it and you have something to show people. And we'll go ahead and rename this. We're going to call this pandas and pyplot. So pandas pyplot, just so I can remember for next time. And we want to go ahead and import the necessary libraries. We're going to import pandas as PD. Now remember, this is a data frame, so we're talking rows and columns, and you'll see how pandas work so nicely when you're actually showing data to people. And then we're going to have NumPy in the background. NumPy works with pandas, so a lot of times you just import them by default. Seaborn sits on top of the Matplot library. So sometimes we use the Seaborn because it kind of extends. It's one of the 100 packages that extends the Matplot library. Probably the most common used because it has a lot of built-in functionality. Almost by default, I usually just put Seaborn in there in case I need it. And of course we have Matplot library as PyPlot, as PLT. And note we have as PD, as NP, as SNS, as PLT. Those are pretty standard. So when you're doing your imports, I would probably keep those just so other people can read your code and it makes sense to them. That's pretty much a standard nowadays. And then we have the strange line here. It says ampersand Matplot library inline. That is for Jupyter Notebook only. So if you're running this in a different package, you'll have a pop-up when it goes to display the Matplot library. You can, with the most current version of Jupyter, usually leave that out and it will still display it right on the page as we go. And we'll see what that looks like. And then we're going to go ahead and just do the Seaborn, the SNS.set, and we're going to set the color codes equals true. Let them just keep the default ones so we don't have to think about it too much. And we of course have to run this. The reason we run this is because these values are all set. If we don't run this and I access one of these afterward, it'll crash. The cool thing about Jupyter Notebooks is if you forgot to import one of these, you forgot to install it, because you do have to install this under your Anaconda setup or whatever setup you're in, you can flip over to Anaconda and run your install for these. And then just come back and run it. You don't have to close anything out. And we'll go ahead and paste this one in here real quick where we have car equals pd.read_csv. And then we have the actual path. This path, of course, will vary depending on what you are working with. So it's wherever you save the file at. And you can see here I have like my OneDrive documents, Simplilearn, Python, data analytics, using Python, / car CSV. It's quite a long file. When we open that up, what we get is we get a CSV file, and we have the make, the model, the year, the engine, fuel type, engine horsepower, cylinders, and so on. And this is just a comma separated file. So each row is like a row of data. Think of it as a spreadsheet. And then each one is a column of data on here. And as you can see right here, it has the make, model. So it has columns for a header on here. Now, your Pandas just does an excellent job of automatically pulling a lot of this in. So when you start seeing the Pandas on here, you realize that you are already like halfway done with getting your data in. I just love Pandas for that reason. NumPy also has it. You can load a CSV directly into NumPy, but we're working with Pandas, and this is where it really gets cool, is I can come down here and I can print, you remember our print statement, we can actually get rid of it, and we're just going to do car head because it's going to print that out. The head is going to print the top values of that data file we just ran in. And so you can see right here, it does a nice printout. It's all nice and inline because we're in Jupyter Notebook. I can scroll back and forth and look at the different data. And just like we expected, we have our column, and it brought the header right in. One thing to note is the index. It automatically created an index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And we're just looking at the head. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can change this. You might want to just look at the top two. We can run that. There's our top two BMWs. Another thing we can do is instead of head, we can do tail. And look at the last three values that are in that data file. And you can see right here, it numbered them all the way up to 11,913. Oh my goodness, they put a lot of data in this file. I didn't even look to see how big the file was. So you can really easily get through and view the different data in here. When you're talking about big data, you almost never just print out car. In fact, let's see what happens when we do. If we run this and we just run the car, it's huge. In fact, it's so big that the Pandas automatically truncates it and just does head plus tail, so you can see the two. So we really don't want to look at the whole thing. I'm going to go back to, let's stick with the head, displaying our data. There we go. So there's the head of our data. It gives us a quick look to see what's actually in there. I can zoom out if we want so you can actually get a better view. Although we'll keep it zoomed in so you can see the code I'm working on. And then from the data standpoint, we of course want to look at data types. What's going on with our data? What does it look like? Now this, you show when you're talking to your shareholders, they like to see these nice, easy to read charts. They look like a spreadsheet. So it's a nice way of displaying pieces of the chart. When we talk about the data types, now we're getting into the data science side of it. What are we working with? Well, we have make model, we have an integer 64 for the year. Engine fuel type is an object. If we go up here, you can see that most of them are it's a set manual, rear wheel drive. So they might be very limited number of types in there. And so forth. And it's either going to be a float 64, an integer, or an object is the way it's going to read it on here. And the next thing you're going to know is like your columns. And since it loaded the columns automatically, we have here the make, the model, the year, the engine, the size, all the way up to the MSRP. And just out of something you'll see come up a lot is whenever you're in pandas and you type in dot values, it converts it from a pandas list to a numpy array. And that's true of any of these. So then you end up in a numpy array. So you'll see a little switch in there in the way that the data is actually stored. And that's true of any of these. In this case, we want car.columns. You have a total list of your car columns. And like any good data scientist, we want to start looking at analytical summary of the data set. What's going on with our data? So we can start trying to piecemeal it together. So we can do car, describe, and then what we'll do include equals all. So a nice panda command is to describe your data. If you're working with R, this should start looking familiar. And we come down here and you can see count. There's the make, the model, the year, how many of each one, how many unique values of each one, the top value of each one, what's most common, the frequency, the mean. Clearly on some of these it's an object, so it really can't tell you what the average is. It'd just be the top one's the average, I guess. The year, what's the average year on there? All this stuff comes down here. Your standard deviation, your minimum value, your maximum value, what's in the lower quarter, 50% mark, where's that line at, and what's in the upper 75%, the top 25% going into the max. Now, this next part is just cool. This is what we always wanted computers to be back like in the 90s, instead of 5,000 lines of code to do this. Maybe not 5,000. All right, I built my own plot library back in 95, and the amount of code for doing a simple plot was, I don't know, probably about 100 lines of code. This is being done in one line of code. We have our car, which is our pandas. We generated that. It's our data frame. And we have .hist for histogram. That is the power of Seaborn. Now, it's still going to generate a numpy graph, but Seaborn sits on top, and then we can do the figure size. This is just so it fits nicely on the paper on here. And we do something simple like this, and you can see here where it comes up, and it does say matplot library and does subplots and everything. But we're looking at a histogram of all the different pieces in our database. And we have our engine cylinders. That's always a good one because you can see like they have some that had a null on there, so they came out as 0. Maybe one of them had a 2-cylinder engine way back when. 4 is a common, 6 a little less common, and then you see the 8-cylinder, 12-cylinder engines. Boy, that's got to be a speedster or something. But you can see right here, it just breaks it down. So now you have how many cars with how many, whatever it is, cylinders, horsepower, and so on. And it does a nice job displaying it. You can see if you're working with your, you're going into your demo, it's really nice just to be able to type that in and boom, there it is. I can see it all the way across. And we might want to zero in and use like a box plot. And this time we'll go ahead and call the Seaborn, SNS, box plot. And we're going to go ahead and do vehicle size versus engine horsepower XY plot. And the data comes from the car. So if we run this, we end up with a nice box plot. You see our mid-size, compact, and large. You can see the variation. There's our outlier showing up there on the compact. That must be a high-end sports car. Large car might have a couple engines, and again we have all these outliers and then your deviation on them. Very powerful and quick way to zero in on one small piece of data and display it for people who need to have it reduced to something they can see and look at and understand. And that's our Seaborn box plot, or SNS.boxplot. And then if we're going to back out and we want a quick look at what they call pair plotting, we can run that, and you can see with the Seaborn, it just does all the work for you. It takes it just a moment for it to pull the data in and compile it. And once it does, it creates a nice grid. And this grid, if you look at this one space here, which is, you might not be able to see the small number, it says engine horsepower. This is engine horsepower to the year it was built. And it's just flipped. So everything to the right of the middle diagonal is just the rotation of what's on the left. And as you expect, the engine horsepower gets bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on. So the year it was built, the further up in the year, the more likely you are to have a heavy horsepower engine. And you can quickly look at trends with our pair plot coming up. And look how fast that was. It took it a moment to process, but right away I get a nice view of all these different information, which I can look at visually and kind of see how things group and look. Now, if I was doing a meeting, I probably wouldn't show all the data. One of the things I've learned over the years is people, myself included, love to show all our work. We were taught in school, show all your work, prove what you know. The CEO doesn't want to see a huge grid of graphs, I guarantee it. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and drop the stuff that might not be interested in. And I'm not really a car person. Our guy in the back is, obviously. So you have your engine fuel type, we're going to drop that. We're going to drop market category, vehicle style, popularity, number of doors, vehicle size. And we have the axes in here. If you remember from NumPy, we have to include that axis to make it clear what we're working on. That's also true with pandas. And then we'll look at just what it looks like from the head. And you can see that we dropped out those categories, and now we have the make, model, year, and so forth. And we took out the engine fuel type, market category, etc. And this should look familiar to you now. When you start working with pandas, I just love pandas for this reason. Look how easy it is. It just displays it as a nice spreadsheet for you. You can just look at it and view it very easily. It's also the same kind of view you're going to get if you're working in Spark or PySpark, which is Python for Spark across big data. This is the kind of thing that they come up with, and this is why pandas is so powerful. And we may look at this and decide we don't like these columns. And so you can go in here and we can actually rename the columns. Simple command, car equals car, rename. Columns equals engine horsepower equals horsepower. This is just your standard Python dictionary. So it just maps them out. And instead of having like the lengthy, if here we had engine horsepower, we just want horsepower. We don't need to know it's the engine horsepower. Engine cylinders, we don't need to know that it's for the engine, because there's only one thing we're describing if we're talking about cars, and that's cylinders. And we'll go ahead and just run this. And again, here's our car head, and you can see how that changed. We have model year and horsepower versus model year, engine horsepower, engine cylinders, and just cylinders. Again, we want to keep reducing this so it's more and more readable. The more readable you get it, the better. And of course, we can also adjust the size a little bit, so that when it prints out, instead of splitting it on two lines, we get like a single line. We can do that also. That's just your control mouse up or plus sign you use in Chrome. That's a Chrome command. And if you remember from NumPy, we had shape. Well, pandas works the same way. We can look at the shape of the data. So we now have 11,914 rows and 10 columns. So you see some similarities because Pandas is built on NumPy. And questions that come up just like you did in NumPy, we might want to know duplicate rows, and so we can do car. And look at this switch here. We're doing a selection. This is a Pandas selection with the brackets, but we want to select it based on car.duplicated. So how many duplicates on there? So it's starting to look a little bit different as far as how we access some of the data on here. This can be a logical statement. And we get the number of duplicate rows. We have 989 rows by 10 columns again. And this is one of those troubleshooting things that we end up doing a lot, more than we really feel like we should. We might go ahead and do like a car count just to see how many rows we're dealing with. And then right after that, we might want to go ahead and say, hey, let's drop duplicates. So remember we did all the duplicates on there. So car equals car.drop duplicates. And then we can print the head again. We'll just do car head here. And you can see the data on there looks the same as before. And just note that we did car equals car.duplicates. There are commands in here where you can do, where it changes the actual value. And it works on some of them and not on others depending on what you're doing. But by default, it always returns a copy. So when we do this, we're reassigning it to car. And you can see it's the same header, but we want to go ahead and do count and see how the count changes. Let's go ahead and run this. And you can see here, instead of 11,914, we have 10,925. So we removed about 100 cars that were duplicated, just slightly under 100 there. And then as we're prepping our data, we might want to know car is null. So it's going to count the values of null, and then we want to sum that up. And when we do that, we do the car is null function.sum. We end up with HP, the horsepower at 69 have null values, and 30 have cylinders have null values. Now, if you don't put the sum at the end, it's just going to return a mask with the true false of is it null or is it not, by 0 and 1. So you're summing up the ones underneath each column. And this, of course, then you have to decide what you're going to do with the null values. There's a lot of different options. It might be that you need to put in the average or means. Maybe you want to put in the median value. There's a lot of different ways to fill it. Usually when you first start out with the data, a lot of them you just drop your null values. And you can see here car.drop NA, which is equal to all. And then we're going to go ahead and count it. And you can see that we've dropped almost another 100 values. So from 10,925 to 10,827, maybe 75 or so values. So we cleaned it. This is really a big part of cleaning data. You need to know how to get rid of your null values, or at least count them, and what to do with them. And of course, if we go back to counting our null values, we should now have null values. There we go. And you'll see there's 0 null values. I don't know how many times I've been running a model that doesn't take null values and it crashes, and I just sit there and look at it trying to get, why did that crash? It should have worked. It's because I forgot to remove the null values. So we've been jumping around a lot. We're going to go back to finding outliers, and let's go ahead and bring that back into our Seaborn. And if you remember, we did a box plot earlier. This time we're going to do a box plot just on the price. And you can see here our price value, and we have the deviation with the 2 thinner bars on each side of the main value. And then as we get up here, we have all these outliers. In fact, we have one way out here that's probably a really expensive high-end car is what we're looking at. If you were doing fraud analysis, you would be jumping on all over these outliers. Why are these deviation from the standard? What are these people doing? Again, this is probably, like I said, a really high-end expensive car out here. That's what we're looking at. And we can also look at the box plot for the horsepower. And we'll put that in down here and run that. And you can see again, here's our horsepower, and it just jumps. And there's these really odd, huge muscle cars out here that are outliers. And we're going to jump into making this a little bit more, as you start displaying your data or your information to your shareholders. We're going to look at plotting a histogram for the number of cars per brand. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do is we have with our car, go back over here, here we go. We have our make value counts, largest plot, and we want to do a kind equals bar, figure size 10.5. And right off the bat, we jump up here and we see Chevrolet. It's going against, what was it? It's figure relation, the value counts, and we want the largest value. So here's our value counts and compared to what the different cars are. Chevrolet puts out a lot of different kinds of cars. I didn't realize that they made that many cars or different types. And then for readability, let's go ahead and add a title, number of cars by make, number of cars, and make. If you had looked at this the first time, you would have been like, well, what the heck am I looking at? Well, we're looking at the number of cars by make. And then you can see here, now we're talking about the type of cars and the different ones were put out. Lotus, I guess, only had a few different kinds of cars over there. Very high-end cars. And then as doing data analytics and as a data scientist, one of the things I am most interested in is the relationship between the variables. So this is always a place to start. We want to know what's going on with our variables and how they connect with each other. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set a figure size because we want to make sure it fits our graph. We'll just go ahead and set this one plot figure set to figure size 2010. If you never used the matplot library, which is sitting behind Seaborn, whatever is in the PLT, this is what's loaded. It's like a canvas you're painting on. So the second you load that PyPlot as PLT, anything you do to that is affecting everything on it. And then we want to go ahead, since we're using Seaborn, we'll go ahead and create a variable C for relationships or correspondence. And car.corr, that's a correlation in Seaborn on top of pandas. Again, one line and you get the whole correlation on there. And because we're working with Seaborn, let's put it into a nice heat map. If you're not familiar with heat maps, that means we're just using color as part of our setup. So we have a nice visual. And we can see here that the Seaborn connected to the pandas prints out a nice chart. We'll talk a little bit about the color here in a second. It prints out a nice chart. This is a chart I look at. As a data scientist, these are the numbers I want to look at. And we'll just highlight one of them. Here's cylinders versus horsepower. The closer to 1, the higher the correlation. So 0.788. Pretty high correlation between the number of cylinders and how heavy the horsepower is. I'm betting if you looked at the year versus horsepower, we just look at that one. Here's year and horsepower. 0.314, not as so much, but if you combine them, you don't actually add them. But if you combine them, you'll start to see an increase in horsepower per year and cylinders. You could probably get a correlation there. And just like 0.78 is a positive correlation, you might notice if we look at cylinders, or let's look at horsepower and mileage. So if we go here to horsepower to mileage, you get a nice negative. We'll do cylinders, that's a bigger number. With cylinders to the miles per gallon, it's a minus 0.6. So it's a negative correlation. The closer to -1, the more the negative correlation is. And then the chart you would actually show people is a nice heat map. This is all our colors, and it's just those numbers put into a heat map. The darker the color, the higher the correlation. You can see straight down the middle, obviously the year correlates directly with the year, horsepower with horsepower, and so on. That's why it's a 1. The closer to the 1, the higher the correlation between the two pieces of data. Now, this is a good introduction. Pandas goes way beyond this. Most of the functionality in NumPy, since Pandas sits on it, is also in Pandas, and then it even has additional features in it. And we use Seaborn pretty extensively sitting on top over our PyPlot. So keep in mind that our PyPlot has a ton of other features in it that we didn't even touch on in here. We couldn't, even if you had a sole course in it, there's just so many things hidden in there depending on what your domain you're working on. But you can see here, here's our Seaborn and here's our Matplot library. That's all our graphics that we did. And then the Seaborn works really nicely with the pandas. We really like that. So that wraps up our demo part for today.
Let's learn about data manipulation in R. And here we will learn about dplyr package. And when we talk about this dplyr package, it is much faster and much easier to read than base R. So dplyr package is used to transform and summarize tabular data with rows and columns. You might be working on a data frame, or you might be getting in a inbuilt R data set, which can then be converted into a data frame. So we can get this package dplyr by just calling in library function. And this can be used for grouping by data, summarizing the data, adding new variables, selecting different set of columns, filtering our data sets, sorting it, selecting it, arranging it, or even mutating. That is basically creating new columns using functions on existing variables. So let's see how we work with dplyr. Now here I can basically get the package here. So I can just say install.packages dplyr. Now we already see the package here, which is showing up. So I will just select this one. I can do a control enter, and that will basically set up the package dplyr successfully unpacked. So that is done. Now you can start using this package by just doing a library dplyr, and this was built. It shows me my version of R. So let's also use a inbuilt data set, that is New York flights 13. So we can do install.packages, and that will search and get that relevant data set. I can again call it by using library function. Now once that is done, we can look at some sample data here by just doing view flights, and that shows me the data in a neat and a tabular format, which shows me year, month, day, departure time, scheduled departure time, and so on. Now we can also do a head to look at some initial data, which can help us in understanding the data better. So what is this data about? How many columns we have? What are the data types or object types here? It shows me how many variables we have. So this is fine. Now we can start using dplyr, and in that we can use, say, filter function if we would want to look in for specific value. Now here we have the column as month, so I will do a filter. Now I'm creating a variable f1. I'm using the filter function on flights, which we already have. And then what we can do is we can basically look at the month, where the month value is 07. So let's look at that. And this one, you can do a view on F1, which shows me the data wherein you have filtered out all the data based on month being 7. So this is a simple usage of filter. We can take some other example. We may want to include multiple columns. So we can say F2 filter flights, and here we will say month is equal to 7, day is 3, and then look at the value of F2 if you are interested in seeing this. And that tells you the month is 7 and day is 3. You could also look into a more readable format by using view on F2, and that gives me my selected result. So we are just extracting in some specific value. We can keep extending this. So here we can say flights is what we would want to work on. I'm using the filter function, so I can straight away, instead of creating a variable then doing a view, I can also do a view in this way. I can just pass in my filter within the view, and within this I'm saying filter. I would want to look at the flights, month being 09, day being 2, and origin being LGA, and then that shows me the value here. And obviously you can scroll and look at all the columns, and if you see the origin column, it shows the selected value. So now we have filtered our data based on values in 3 different columns. Now what we can also do is we can use and, or we can use or operators. So I could have done this in a little different way. So I could have said head, which shows me initial result. I will do a flights. So within my head function, I'm passing in this. And what does that contain? So you are saying flights, and in this flights data set, you would want to pick up the month being the column. So we use the dollar symbol here. We give in a value, and I'll say and I'll again say flights, wherein I will select the day being 2 and remember, when you talk about and, it is going to check if all the values are met true. So then you say flights origin, LGA, and you look at the value. So in this way, I can filter out specifically multiple values by specifying columns. Now, we could have done it in this way. We could have created a view, or we could have assigned this to a variable and then done a view on that, where we could have selected month being day and origin, or you can be more specific in specifying all the columns. It makes the code more readable. So let's look at the values, and here you are looking at head, which shows me based on month, day, and then you can look for further columns for other variables, that is origin being LGA. Now what we can also do is we can do some slicing here to select rows by particular position. So I can say slice, and I would want to look at rows 1 to 5, and I can do this. So you can always assign or look at the view of this. I can just do here. So when I did a slice 1:5, it shows me my entries for 1 to 5. Now similarly, we can do a slice 5 to 10, and now you're looking at 5 to 10 values. So you can always look at the complete data and then you can slice out particular data. Now mutate is usually a function which is used when you would want to apply some variable on a particular data set, and then you would want to add it to your existing data frame, or you would want to add a new column. So this is where you use mutate, which is mainly used to add new variables. So let's see how you work on mutate. So it's pretty simple. So you create a variable over delay. Now I would want to do a mutate so that it adds a new column. So I'm selecting my data, which is flights. I will call the new column as overall delay, and then basically I can look at overall delay being arrival delay minus departure delay. So let's create this and let's look at view of this, which shows me, or which should show me, my new column, which is overall delay, which was not in my original data set. So you can anytime do a head on this one to compare the value. So this one shows me arrival delay, and then there are many other variables. What you can also do is you can do a view, and you could have just look at flights if you would want to compare. So you can look at the flights, and this one would not have any overall delay column. So it basically shows me 19 columns only, what we see here. And if you do a view on overall delay, then that basically shows me 20 columns. So we know that the new column has been added to this overall delay. So if you would want to work with 20 columns, you will use overall delay. If you would want to work with your original data set, you will use flights. Now you can also use a transmute function, which is used to show only the new column. So we can do an overall delay, and at this time we will say transmute, we will say flights, overall delay. The computation remains same, but at this time, if I look at view on overall delay, it only shows me the new column. So sometimes we may want to compute result based on two variables or two columns and just look at the new value, and then we can decide if we would want to add it to our existing structure. Now you can also use summarize, and summarize basically helps us in getting a summary based on certain criteria. So we can always do a summarize, and what we can do is we can look at our data and we can say on what basis we would want to summarize this particular data. So we can do a summarize function. Now summarize on flights, I will say average air time, and I would want to calculate an average. So for that I'm using an inbuilt function called mean. I will do that on airtime column. So let's look at flights once again, and here we can see there is arrival time, not airtime, sorry, arrival time, and we would want to do some average on this particular data. We would want to summarize this. So what I'll do is I will use the summarize function, I will say average airtime, and this one I will look at mean of airtime. So let's see if there is a airtime column. Let's look at this one, arrival delay, and yes, we have an airtime. So we were actually looking at summarizing based on airtime, not the arrival time. So airtime is how much time it takes in air for this particular flight, and we will want to use the summarize function, not the transmute. So summarize flights, average airtime, and this one we will calculate the mean of average airtime, and I will also do a NA removal, which is I'm saying true. So let's do this. And that basically shows me the average airtime is 151. I can also do a total airtime where I'm doing a summation of values, or I can get the standard deviation, or I can basically get multiple values such as mean. I can say total airtime where I'm doing a summation, and then I can look at other values, which is if you would want to put in standard deviation here, you could do that. So let's look at the result of this summarize, and this basically allows me to get some useful information which is summarized based on a particular function such as mean, sum, standard deviation, or all three of them. Now let's look at grouping by. So sometimes we may be interested in summarizing the data by groups, and that's where we use the group by function. So we can always use the group by clause. Now here we are taking a different data set. So we will say, for example, let's look at head of empty cars, and that is basically my data set on empty cars. Now that shows me the model of the car, it shows me mileage, cylinder power, and your horsepower, and various other characteristics or variables in this particular data set. So here we can say let's do a grouping by gear. So there is a column called gear, so I will call it by gear. I will look at my data set, and then what I'm using here, which you see with these percentage and greater symbol, is called piping. So that basically feeds your previous data frame into next one. So this is sometimes useful, and you can get this by just saying Control Shift and M, and you can then use this. So we are going to have piping. So I'm saying empty cars. Now this is my original data set where I did a head, or I could have done a view on this one if you would want to see it in a more readable format, and that basically shows me the data. So we are using a different data set, so I want to group it by the gear column. So I'm going to call it by gear, and this one takes my data that is empty cars. I'm using the piping, and then I'm saying group the data based on gear column. That's done. Now let's look at the value of by gear, or you can always do a view. So remember, whenever you're doing a group by, it is giving you a internal object where your data is grouped based on a particular column. So we can look at the values here. You can do a view that shows you your data grouped based on a particular column. Now I can again use the summarize function where I would want to now work on the new one where it was grouped based on gear. So I'm doing a summarize, and here I'm going to say gear 1, which will be having the value of summation on the gear column, and then I'm saying gear 2, which is mean. Well, you could give some meaningful names to this, and let's look at the value of this one where we are basically now looking at the values, which is sum and mean values based on the gear. Similarly, we can look at different example. So we can say by gear, and I'm again using piping, but earlier we had taken gear, we had grouped the data, and we called it by gear. So we took our original data set empty cars, but now within this particular data, which was grouped by gear, I will take this data set, I will use the piping, and I will summarize it where I am saying within this particular data set, I would want to get the sum, or I would want to get the mean, and then you can look at the values. So what you're doing is you are either looking at your original data set or you're looking at the data which was already grouped, and then you can look at the values. Now here what we can do is we can group by cylinder. Say might be you are interested in looking at data which is summarized based on the cylinder column. You can do that. And then for this by cylinder, I'm doing a piping where I'm using the summarize function, and summarizing will then be done based on the mean values of the gear column or the horsepower. So let's do this, and then you can basically look at the value. At any point you may want to look at the data set again, so just do a head and you can look at what does the value contain, and by cylinder or by gear and do a head, and it gives you the value. So you can always do some summarizing or grouping in these ways. Now here we are going to use sample underscore n function and sample underscore fraction for creating samples. So for this, let's take the flights data set again, and we would want to get 15 random values. Now that is done, and it shows me 15 rows with some random values from the data. What you can also do is you can do a portion of data by using sample underscore fraction, and here I'll say flights, I'll say 0.4, which will return 40% of the total data. So this can be useful when you are building your machine learning, where you would want to split your data into training and test. Might be you are interested in some portion of the data, so you can do this, which is very useful function, and then you can look at the value of that. Now what we can also do is we can use a range function. So like we were doing a grouping by, or we were trying to pull out a particular column. So in the same way, we can use a range, which is a convenient way of sorting than your base R sorting. So for a range function, let's do a view based on a range. So we will work on the flights data set which we have, and here what we would want to do is we would want to arrange the flights data set which is based on year and departure time, and we are doing a view out of it. So that basically gives me the data which is arranged based on your year and departure time. Now I can do a head to give me some highlighting of that data. Now the piping operator, what we are using, can be used in these ways also. So here I will say df, I will just assign the data set empty cars to it. Let's look at the df, which has basically your different models. You can obviously look at the head or view of it to look at useful information. We can also go for nesting options, which can be useful. So we are creating a variable called result here. Now that has the arrange function. So what does this arrange function do? So when we would want to use arrange to sort the data, so I would want to sort the data, but what data would I sort? So I will use sample n, which will give me some portion of the data or some sample data. Now what is that sample data? So here we are using nesting. That is, earlier when we did a sample, we just said data and how many random samples we want. But instead of giving that, what we are going to do is we are going to use filter here. Now this filter will work on df. So filtering will happen based on the mileage, which is greater than 20. I will say size is 5, and I would want to basically arrange this in a descending order. So I'm using the des on this particular mileage column. By default, it is always ascending. So let's get the result out of this, which will basically show me the mileage details in a descending order. So this is my data frame, and now we can look at the result, what we have created. So just do a view or do a head and look at the view. So here you see mileage, where the highest value is on the top, and we were only interested in 5 values in a random sample. So that's why when you did a view, it shows your 5 values, and it shows in a descending order based on mileage. So we have not only used an inbuilt function, we have not only arranged the data, that is, we have sorted the data, but we have sorted the data based on a descending order on a particular column. We have said the value should be greater than 20, and we have also said we just need 5 random samples. Now let's look at some other examples. So you can always do a multi-assignment. So I can say filter, wherein I'm going to use DF, which was assigned empty cars. I'm going to say mileage should be greater than 20. Then I say B, which is going to get a sample out of A, and I just want 5 random values. So let's look at that. So we have B, which is going to get a set of 5 values from A. Now I will create a result variable which will arrange B, which is sample data, in a descending order. Now let's look at the result of this, and that basically shows me what we were seeing earlier. So you can do a multi-assignment where you can create a variable, get a sample out of it, and then basically whatever is that result, you can arrange that or sort that in a descending or by default descending order. So same thing, we can do it using pipe operator. So piping. So here I will say result. I'm passing in my DF, that's the data set. I'm using piping, and which basically tells what you need to do on this particular data set. So I'm going to filter out the data based on mileage 20. Then I'm going to push that or forward it to get the random sample, and whatever is this random sample is going to be pushed. So you are arranging this in a descending order. So this is one more way of doing it, and then basically you can look at the result. So these are some simple examples where you can use your dplyr with multiple assignments, or using your nesting to filter out the data. You can also do a range, which is to sort the data. You can get some random samples out of it. You can summarize the data. You can also summarize the data based on 1 or 2 or multiple columns, and you can use some inbuilt functions to summarize the data based on some functions which are applied on the variables or on the columns. You can transmute it, where you would be interested in only looking at one column. You can mutate it, where you want to add a new column. You can slice it, and you can give the conditions where you can say and or to filter out the data. So what we can also do is, on this particular data set which we have, say for example DF, where I have my data. Let's look at this one, and if I just do a DF at this point, it shows me my data set. And if you would be interested only in particular column, then your dplyr also allows you to, either we can do a filter or we can simply do a select. Now for selecting, we can choose our data. So for example, I'll say df underscore, I'm interested in mileage, I'm interested in horsepower, might be I'm interested in your cylinders in this. And for this one, what I can do is, when I would want to do a select, I can basically say selected df, let's call it some name. I can say Control Shift M, which is for piping. And then basically what you can do is you can do a select, and you can choose your columns. So I was interested in mileage, I was interested in horsepower, I was interested in cylinder. And here what I'm doing is I'm using a select where I can look at the new data frame. So let's do this. And I'm sorry, here we will have to give it df. This is where you are passing in your data. Yeah, now this one is done, and we can look at the value of this one by just doing a df or head on df underscore mileage horsepower cylinder, and look at the selected result. So you can be looking at selective columns. I could have done this filter, but filter will always look for a condition. Say your mileage is greater than 20, or might be your cylinders are more than 4, or something else. But when you do a select, you are selecting specific columns. So view always gives you all the columns, head gives you highlight, but then select can be useful when we are interested in looking at only specific data. So this is how you can use dplyr for manipulation, for your data transformation, for basically filtering out the data by selecting particular data and then working on it.
Imagine you are trying to figure out what most people in your neighborhood love to eat for dessert. You could ask everyone, right? But how do you make sense of all of these answers? That's where statistics comes in. It's like your personal data detective, helping you gather, organize, and analyze all the information to spot patterns and trends. With statistics, you can easily discover if most people love ice cream or if brownies are the hidden favorite. All about turning numbers and facts into useful insights, helping you make smarter decisions and understand the bigger picture. Hello guys, welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. And today I will walk you through the basic understanding of descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, frequency statistics, and kurtosis statistics, and more. Then I will take you through the differences among the various types. By the end of the video, you will know all you want to know about statistics and its types. Without any further delay, let's get into the video. First things first, let us understand what statistics actually is. Statistics is a branch of mathematics that help us collect, organize, and analyze data, understand patterns, trends, and make decisions. It's like having a big group of information and breaking it down to learn something useful. For example, if we survey 100 people about their favorite fruit, statistics help us figure out what most people like, what fruit is least liked, and how confident we are about these results here. After we have a basic idea of statistics, let us get into the various types of statistics. The first one is descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics is a branch of statistics that focuses on summarizing and describing the main features of a dataset. This is further divided into measures of central tendency, measures of spread, and data distribution. Let's start with measures of central tendency, and this is further divided into three types. The first one is mean, the average of all data points. The second one is median, the middle value when data is arranged in order. The third one is mode, the most frequently occurring value. Let's break down the measures of central tendency, mean, median, and mode with an example. Imagine you have the following scores from a maths test taken by 7 students: 72, 85, 91, 89, 85, 76, and 90. Now you want to calculate the mean. Now to calculate the mean, you have to add up all the scores and divide by the number of students. Therefore, the mean is 84. It means the average scores of the students is 84. Now moving on to find the median. To find the median, we need to take the same example and we have to arrange the scores in ascending order. The median is the middle value, so in this case, the middle value is 85, since it is the fourth number in a list of 7. So, half of the students scored above 85 and half scored below 85. Now moving on, the next is to calculate the mode. The mode is a score that appears most often. So we take the same example and we see that 85 occurs twice more than any other score. So the most common score in the test is 85. Now moving on to the next, that is the measures of spread. Unlike central tendency, which tells you whether the data is centered, spread tells you how scattered the data is. It has three components: range, variance, and standard deviation. Range, it is the difference between the highest and the lowest values in the set. And variance, it measures how much each score deviates from the mean. And standard deviation, it is the square root of variance. Let's use an example to understand measures of spread, range, variance, and standard deviation, which help us understand how spread out or dispersed the data is. Consider the test scores of 5 students. Now, we want to find the range. Therefore, the range is the difference between the highest and the lowest values in the dataset. That is, 85 minus 65 is equal to 20. The scores span a range of 20 points from 65 to 85. Now moving on, we want to find the variance for the same example. The variance measures how much each score deviates from the mean on average squared. First, we calculate the mean. So to calculate the mean, we take the total of the scores divided by the total number of scores, and that is equal to 75. Next, we find the square differences from the mean for each score. And here it is. 65 minus 75 whole square is equal to minus 10 whole square, and that is equal to 100. And in this way, we perform the same for each score. Now, the sum of these square differences divided by the number of data points is the variance. And that is taking the total of the squared differences divided by 5, that is equal to 50. The variance is 50, meaning that on average the square differences from the mean are 50. Now moving on to find the standard deviation. The standard deviation is the square root of the variance. It tells us how spread out the data is in the same units as the original data. The standard deviation is the root over of 50, that is approximately equal to 7.07. Now moving on, the third major subdivision is data distribution. Let us use an example to explain data distribution, which tells us how data points are spread or organized across a range of values. Imagine you have the following test scores for 20 students. One way to understand data distribution is by creating a histogram. The histogram groups the scores into ranges or bins and shows how many scores fall into each range. For this data set, we could create bins like 50 to 60, there are 3 students. 61 to 70, there are 7 students. And 71 to 80, we have 5 students. And in this way, 81 to 90, we have 3 students. And 91 to 100, we have 2 students. Now moving on to the normal distribution, the second one under the data distribution. In some cases, data follows a normal distribution which forms a bell-shaped curve. And this means most data points are around the mean with fewer data points as you move away from the mean in either direction. And normal distribution curve, it means most data points are around the mean with fewer data points as you move away from the mean in either direction. In a normal distribution, the mean, median, and mode are the same. Data is symmetrically spread around the center. Now moving on, in our example, the scores are somewhat concentrated around 70 to 80, but the distribution is not perfectly normal because there are more students scoring higher, that is the right skew. Therefore, skewed distribution, if a data set is not symmetrical, we have skewed distribution. And that is further divided into two. The right skew, that is the positive skew, and the left skew, that is the negative skew. In right skew, more data points are on the lower side with fewer higher values. And in the left skew, more data points are on the higher side with fewer low values. Moving on, in our test score example, we have a slightly right skew distribution because there are more students with lower scores, that is to 55 to 70, compared to higher scores, that is 90 to 100. And this is known as right skew distribution. Now, moving on to the second type of statistics, that is inferential statistics. It uses sample data to make predictions and generalizations about a larger population, allowing researchers to draw conclusions beyond the immediate dataset. Inferential statistics comprises several techniques for drawing conclusions. Here are some common types. Hypothesis testing. Second one is confidence intervals, and the third one is regression analysis. Now moving on to hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing is a statistical method used to determine whether there is enough evidence in a sample of data to support a specific claim about a population. Let's work through the process of testing whether a new teaching method improves student test scores, breaking it down step by step with some explanations to make it easier to follow. Step number 1 is hypothesis. We always start by stating what we want to test. In this case, we want to see if the new teaching method helps students score better compared to the traditional one. To do this, we set up two hypotheses. H0, that is the null hypothesis, and that is the average test score with the new method is equal to 75. This means that the new method has no impact and there is no improvement in the test scores. H1, that is the alternative hypothesis. The average test score with the new method is greater than 75. This suggests that the new method does improve test scores. In simple terms, we are trying to figure out if the new method makes any difference compared to what we normally expect, which is a score of 75. Now moving on to the next step, that is significance level. Next, we need to decide how confident we want to be in our conclusion. The significance level helps us measure this. It tells us the probability of mistakenly rejecting the null hypothesis when it's actually true. Type 1 error. A common choice for this significance level is 0.05 or 5%. This means we are willing to accept a 5% chance of making a mistake by rejecting the null hypothesis when it is true. So we said alpha is equal to 0.05. Step 3. Collect data. Now we need some actual data to test. Let's say we taught 30 students using the new method and their average test score came out to be 78. This is our sample data and we will compare it to the population mean, which is 75, the traditional method score. Now moving on to the next step, that is perform statistical test, the t-test. With the data in hand, we need to perform a statistical test. For this test, we will use a t-test which will help us compare the sample mean 78 to the population mean 75. The t-test checks if the difference between the two means is significant or if it could just be due to random chance. Moving on to the next step, that is the p-value. The p-value from the t-test is the number that tells us the probability of getting the sample data if the null hypothesis is true. Let's say the t-test gives us a p-value of 0.03. This means there is 3% chance of seeing this level of improvement if the new method doesn't actually improve scores. Now moving on to the last step, that is decision. Now we compare the p-value to our significant level alpha. If the p-value is smaller than 0.05, it means the results are statistically significant and we can reject the null hypothesis. In our case, the p-value is 0.03, which is less than 0.05. So we reject the null hypothesis. Now moving on to the second part, that is confidence interval. A confidence interval is a range that tells us how sure we are about an estimate from sample data. It gives a range of values whether the true member likely false. For example, suppose you survey 100 men in a city to estimate the average height. The average height from your sample is 175 centimeter and the standard deviation is 10 centimeter. You want to calculate 95% confidence interval to estimate the true average height of all men in the city. Now let's move on to the steps. Sample mean. The sample average is 175 centimeter. The standard error is calculated as 10 by root over of 100, that is equal to 1. Now, the confidence interval formula for a 95% confidence level use the critical value 1.96. The confidence interval is 175 plus minus 1.96 into 1. That is equal to 175 plus minus 1.96. The result, the 95% confidence interval is 173.04, 176.96. You can be 95% confident that the true average height of all men in the city is 173.04 centimeter and 176.96 centimeter. Now moving on to the third one, that is regression analysis. Regression analysis is a way to understand how one thing affects another. For example, if you own a shop and want to know if spending more on advertising increases your sales, you can use regression analysis. In this case, advertising spending is a thing you control, that is the independent variable, and sales is what you want to predict. By analyzing the past data, regression helps finding a pattern or relationship. For example, you might discover that for every $100 you spend on advertising, your sales increase by $200. This means you are positive relationship between advertising and sales. Now, if you plan to spend $500 on advertising, you can predict an increase in the sales by applying that relationship. Regression analysis gives you a formula or model to make such predictions based on the pattern you identified. In short, regression helps you logically predict how changes in one factor affect another. Next, I will be talking about is frequency statistics. In statistics, frequency refers to how often something occurs in a dataset. It simply counts how many times each value or event appears. Frequency is useful for understanding the distribution or pattern of data. Let's say you surveyed 10 people about their favorite food and the results were 4 people chose apples, 3 people chose bananas, 2 people chose oranges, and 1 person chose grapes. Here's how frequency works. Apples have a frequency of 4 as 4% chose it. Bananas have a frequency of 3, oranges have a frequency of 2, and grape has a frequency of 1. In this simple example, frequency helps you see that apples were the most popular fruit choice, while grapes were the least popular. Last but not the least, let's talk about kurtosis statistics. Kurtosis is a statistical term that describes the shape of the distribution of data, especially how the data is concentrated in the tails. It helps us understand if the data has more or fewer extreme values compared to a normal distribution. It is further divided into high kurtosis and low kurtosis. High kurtosis has more extreme values, and in low kurtosis, the data has fewer extreme values. In short, high kurtosis means more extreme heights, while low kurtosis means more consistent, evenly spread heights. By now, you must be curious to know about the differences among all the types of statistics. So here we go. Differentiating them on the basis of purpose. Descriptive statistics summarizes the main features of a dataset, for example, mean, median, and standard deviation. Inferential statistics makes predictions or generalizations about a population based on sample data. Frequency statistics counts when specific values or events occur in the dataset. Kurtosis describes the shape of the distribution focusing on the tails and extreme values, differentiating them on the basis of data focus. Descriptive statistics deals with the entire dataset at hand. Inferential statistics uses a sample to infer conclusions about a larger population. Statistics focuses on the frequency of individual values or categories. Kurtosis focuses on whether the data has many or few extreme values. Now differentiating them on the basis of common metrics. In descriptive statistics is the mean, median, mode, and standard deviation and range. In inferential statistics, it is hypothesis testing, confidential intervals, regression analysis. In statistics, it is frequency counts, frequency tables, histograms, bars, and charts. In kurtosis value, high kurtosis is equal to more extreme values and low kurtosis is equal to fewer extremes. Now, differentiating on the basis of complexity. Complexity in descriptive statistics is simple and straightforward, summarizes the observed data, and in inferential statistics it is more complex, and in statistics it is simple counting and displaying of occurrences. Kurtosis requires statistical analysis to determine the distribution's tailedness. Now finally, differentiating them on the basis of visualization. Descriptive statistics, it is the box plots, pie charts, and summary tables. Inferential statistics, it is confidence intervals, regression lines, p-values, and more. And in statistics, it is bar charts, histograms, frequency tables. And kurtosis, it is histograms, distribution plots to visualize outliers. So here is a question for you guys. I hope everyone will comment your answers in the chat section and let's see how many of you really understood the topic. So the question is, which of the following is not a measure of central tendency? And the options are mean, median, mode, and standard deviation. Participate in the quiz and I hope to see your answers in the comment section. We will reply to whoever provides the correct answer and the wrong answers will be corrected for sure. I will provide you 1 minute to write your answers in the comment section.
So window, here we have some data set. So we have row ID, order date, ship date, etc. So these are the rows over here. Let's quickly select the entire data set and remove any filters that we have. So the filters is gone, and at the last you can see country, region, product, category, subcategory, and extending further we have sales data, quantity ordered, discount, and profit. So now let's proceed and try to build one single dashboard. Okay, now imagine yourself in a situation where you're working for this particular store or a company which sells products, and you have a team meeting with leadership and you are supposed to be hunting for simplicities in complexities, and you need to present an interactive dashboard which gives a visual representation of what exactly is happening with the company, the sales, the quantity ordered, profit, etc. Right? And if you show this particular data set as it is in the form of named rows and columns, your leadership might not be able to understand it, or they might not be able to justify what exactly needs to be done in the future to keep the numbers same or improve the sales, right? So in that scenario, an interactive dashboard could be beneficial. So in today's session, we're going to create the same and creating a chart, that is an interactive chart, or a dashboard which is interactive. Everything lies on one single point, that is the pivot tables and pivot charts. If you're good with pivot tables and pivot charts, you can create interactive charts, you can create interactive dashboards, and much more. So the process is simple, but in case if you need a quick overview of how exactly a pivot table is created or performed, then you can check out the link in the description box below, which will give you a complete detailed description and to understand how to create a pivot table and a pivot chart in real time and move further, right? Now we will continue with this particular topic for today, which is creating a dashboard. Now click anywhere in the cell, select the entire dataset using Control A and go to Insert option over here and choose Pivot Table, right? From the table range should be the option. Here you can see the table range has been selected, and you also have two more options which will help you understand where exactly to create your pivot table. So we will be creating that in a new worksheet. So click on a new worksheet and press OK. There you go. You have the pivot table here. And let's say we want a few charts. So here we have a region-wise sales, country-wise sales, and shipment majorly used, subcategory, category, segment, and let's say we also want quantity wise, country and quantity, right? Or let's say, okay, country and quantity. So how many number of orders basically you receive from each country, right? So let's say we want all these charts. Now how many number of charts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Remember, creating a chart which is interactive relies on pivot table. Now, so far we have created one pivot table or one pivot chart or one pivot sheet, but we want 7 pivot charts. How to do that? It's really simple. Just hold Control and drag that sheet and you have a new pivot chart, right? You can do that few more times. 7. So we have 7 pivot tables as we required. There you go. And now let's get back to the first sheet and let's see the first option we are looking for. So we want region-wise sales, right? We have 5 different regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. And we want region-wise sales in a pictorial way. For that, let's go to the options over here. We have the row names or the metadata. You can drag region into either columns or rows, wherever you want. I'll choose just drag and drop it in the columns. And now go back to sales and you can drag sales to rows, values, sorry, sales in each region, right? Now you can go back to this particular pivot table, go to home, eliminate any, and go to pivot table analyze, and here you can see pivot chart. Click on that. And now you have all charts window on your desktop, screen. You can choose the one which you feel is good, right? So I'll prefer a bar chart, column chart here. Click on OK, and there you go. Now you can edit this particular data set and chart, and you can also remove any of the things you don't want. So for example, I don't want legends, so I'll remove legends. And this is what I have here. You can also edit from a few more things, right? Now I can simply copy this particular chart and go to the dashboard. So let's create a new sheet and name it as dashboard. Margin center. You can add a color. So now here you can paste the first chart. Now you can rename this chart title. So you can rename this as region wise sales. So therefore you have the first chart over here. You can also increase or decrease the size of the chart by just dragging the corner points, and let's go to the second pivot table. We have the second pivot table right here. What was our second request? So the second request was country wise, right? Now, close this. Choose the country and drag it to columns or rows. Let's go with rows this time, and sales. Go to pivot table, analyze, pivot table chart, and here you can choose a pie chart since you're going with the country wise, and click OK. Now you have the pie chart over here. You can rename that as country wise. You can copy this and paste it onto the dashboard. In case you want to, keep the size of the pie chart and the column chart in the same, width and height, you can do that. Just go to format. Here you can 5.6 and it can be 9.9, and similarly you can go with 5.6. This can be 9.9, just so that you can accommodate a few more charts in the dashboard. You can align them. There you go. Right now, our next request is subcategory shipment. So go to shipment. So this is the fifth sheet. So we need to go to the third spreadsheet where we have the pivot table. So close the format shape, and we have shipment here, ship mode. So select the ship mode, drag it to rows or columns, sales to here, and we have, or you can count it, right? You can change it to count. Okay, so you have standard class with the highest number of sales happening. So many sales which are happening in your store, choose the standard class of shipment, right? So very least people choose first class or same day shipment, which is highly expensive, and standard shipment will take minimum pricing, and most of the customers have chosen that. Now you can choose the same data here. Go to pivot table, analyze, and here we have pivot charts, and out of this you can select any one. Let's say if you want to go with the tree map, or if you want to go with the bar, or any one, you can go with that. So let's go with the bar graph. Press OK, and here you create it. Now rename this particular chart as ship mode. Now you can copy the same chart and paste it onto the dashboard. You can close that. If you go to format, you can do the same setting, 5.9 and 9.9, 5.6 and 9.9. There you go. You have everything lined up. And this space that we have over here, we can add a few more things which will come under slicers and filters. So we'll have to wait for that until we can finish the rest of the charts. Now we will go to the fourth sheet. So what was the fourth request? Let's check our list here. So subcategory wise sales. Now we can check the categories, subcategories over here. Yeah, we have the subcategory. Select that and drag to rows or columns, and sales to values. Okay, and there you go. And if you want to sort, you can also sort by right clicking and sort it to minimum and smallest to largest to smallest. There you go. So the highest number of sales are happening through mobile phones. Next comes the bookcases, next come copiers, etc., etc. Now select this and go to pivot table, analyze, pivot chart, and you can choose any one of those. We can go bar chart or the column chart, and you can also rename this as subcategory wise. You can copy it, paste it on the dashboard, and you can also make few arrangements if you want. You can resize it, 5.6, and this will be 9.9. The next request is about the category wise sales and segment. So we have the category here, drag it to rows and sales here. You can keep it the way it is, or you can go to pivot analyze and here go to charts, choose the one you want and proceed. Copy it and go to dashboard. You can paste it over here. There you go. Country wise and segment quantity. So now you have country over here. Drag a country to rows and sales to columns, or you can, let's go with sales. Since this is a sales dashboard, this should be beneficial. Now we have, we can also sort it again, sort to largest to smallest, and we have France with the highest number of sales. Now you can copy that or go to pivot table analyze and here pivot chart. You can go with pie chart. You can rename it as country wise. So there you go, and copy this, paste it on the dashboard. I think we already did a country wise sales, so I think we can proceed with the next type of chart, which is segment wise. Let's go to the same sheet where we created the country wise sales and close the format, delete the chart. Instead of country, we can select segment. So which segment has the highest number of sales? Paste it over here. Format to adjust the size of the chart. There you go. So we have region-wise sales, country-wise sales, ship mode, subcategory-wise, category-wise, and segment-wise sales. Now we have a dashboard, but to make it a little more interactive, we might require a few filter-like options, which are also called as slices. So when you add slices onto the sheet or the dashboard, what you can do is you can select the options you want. Let's say I want the region-wise sales in Belgium, then you can identify that. Let's say you want Australia's or Austria's shipment modes. What kind of shipment mode is most used in Austria? You can find out it. And let's say you want to find out the Finland segment-wise sales, then you can find out. This is only possible when you try to include a slicer into the dashboard. Now let's go ahead with it. Now, if you select any of the charts, let's say I want to go with the first one. Now go into insert and here you can see filter options, right? So here you want to insert slices. Now here you have a slices right now. Okay, so you can select the slicer you want. So I want the slicer for region. I want the slicer for country. I want the slicer for ship mode, which is right here, and I want subcategory wise slicer. I want country or category wise slicer, so category, and segment wise, which is here. So I want 6 slicers. There you go, I've got the 6 slicers created. Let's minimize to make it look a little more better. There you go, and we will paste the slices right here. You can also modify the size of the slicers. Let's try to make them fit here, and the next one should be right here. There you go. Now let's drag this here. The last slicer in the last section. There you go. Now we have one dashboard, but is it interactive? I guess not. So how to make it completely interactive? So you might have a doubt. Let's say I want to click on machines. Now only one out of the 6 charts is reacting. Let's say I want to click on papers. It is giving me the data for phones and etc. And if I click for Belgium, you can see only one chart is being interactive, right? Now, what should I do so that every chart which is on the dashboard gets completely interactive and shows all the data in real time? That can be done. All you have to do is select any of the slices, right click, and go to the option which says report connections. So select all the pivot table which are present in your chart right now: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 6, and sheet 7. Press OK. Now all the charts are interconnected with each other. And now if you click on any one of the options, so let's say I want the data for Austria country, and every data changes. Correct? Report connections. You need to do that with all the slices. Press OK. There you go. Now, if you select Finland, Denmark, Austria, you can see the charts are changing, right? Every chart is now interactive. So that's exactly how you create an interactive dashboard. Now you might be having a doubt. Okay, it's working for the existing data, but what if I add some new data? So here we have data until 2022, and this is the new data until 2023. Now, if I add this particular data to the end of this particular data set, right here, and remove the row headers, and go back to dashboard, go to pivot chart. Yeah, on data dashboard, we need to go to data, and here click on refresh all. Then you will get the updated data set. And now you have the updated results as well. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on sales dashboard in Excel, or real-time interactive dashboard using Excel.
Today, we are going to talk about ANOVA in Microsoft Excel, and I will walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to perform this in Excel. But before we dive into that, let's first take a quick look at what ANOVA really means. ANOVA, which is analysis of variance in Excel, is a statistical method to compare the means of 3 or more groups to see if they are significantly different from each other. It helps determine if variations in data are due to real differences or random chance. It's useful because it helps in finding differences as it shows if groups have different results. It saves time as it tests all the groups at once. It clears insights and helps make decisions based on our data. For example, if a teacher wants to compare the effectiveness of the 3 different teaching methods on students' math scores, they can divide the class into 3 groups of 14 students each. Using ANOVA, the teacher can analyze the math scores to determine if one teaching method is truly better or if the differences in scores are due to chance. Now that we have a basic understanding of what ANOVA actually is, let's get into Excel and see how you can easily calculate this using the built-in tools. I have a sample of data in my Excel to perform the ANOVA over. There is an amazing feature in Excel that many people are not even aware about. Is a data analysis tool pack. If you have not come across this word, the Data Analysis Tool Pack in Excel is an add-in that provides the advanced data analysis tools for statistical and engineering calculations. It simplifies the complex data analysis task by offering the built-in features to perform various statistical tests and data processing without needing to write formulas manually. So we need to ensure first if we have activated the tool pack correctly. So for that, we need to go to the File and then Options. And then we have to move to add-ins, and here in the Manage, you have to choose for the Excel add-ins and click on Go. After that, you need to click on this Analysis Tool Pack and click on OK. Now when you see the topmost bar, that is the data, if you click on this data, you will see a data analysis button over here. Now we are all set to perform the analysis of variance. To perform this, I will click on Data Analysis button, and from there I will choose ANOVA single factor and select on OK. Now here in the input range, we need to enter the range of the cells containing your data. For that, I will click on this upper arrow button and highlight my cells that are containing the data. The next option is grouped by, depicts how your data is arranged in your sheet. If it is arranged in a column like I have arranged, choose columns, and if it is arranged in a row, go for the rows. Now here in the labels in the first row, if you have labels like mine, like group A, group B and group C, do tick this button. Then alpha is generated, and here in the output options, this is where you want your result to be returned. The first option is the output range, is where you can specify a particular cell where you want your result to be returned. The second option will enter the answer in a new worksheet, and the third option will enter the result in a particularly new Excel file. I will choose the second option and will name it as ANOVA. Now we have got this result. Within just one click, you can definitely get the ANOVA single factor results. Now I will explain each factor, what it means, count, sum, average, variance, SS, DF, MS, etc. in the next PPT. So the first table depicts a summary of the data available in the analysis. So the first one we have got is count. Count is the total number of data points in each group. Here, in group A, group B and group C, we have 14 data points. Now moving on, we have sum. Sum is the total value if we add up all the values in each group. So the sum of group A is 958, sum of group B is 1093 and sum of group C is 1280. Now moving on, we have average. Average is the sum divided by the total number of data points in each group. So the average of group A is 68.42, the average of group B is 78.07 and the average of group C is 91.42. Now, lastly we have variance. Variance is the average of the square differences from the mean. Now, the variance of group A is 141.34, the variance of group B is 209.60 and the variance of group C is 119.49. Now the second table here is divided into three groups, the between groups, within groups and total. So the first row depicts the result when the between rows are classed as a source of variation. The second row depicts when the source of variation is within the groups. And finally the last row is just the total. Now we will see what each column represents. So the first one we have is SS. SS stands for sum of squares. Between group SS is the total variation explained by the differences between the groups. Within group SS is actually the total variation within the groups due to the random error or individual variability. And the total SS is the sum of the between group SS and within group SS. So the between group SS over here is 3735.19, within group SS is 6115.78 and the total SS is 9850.97. Now moving on, we have DF. DF stands for degrees of freedom. This is calculated slightly differently. For between groups, DF is the number of groups present in your data minus 1. I have 3 groups, so 3 minus 1, I have got 2. To determine this, within groups, DF is the number of observations minus the number of groups, that is 42 minus 3, that is equal to 39. Then we have MS. MS stands for mean square. You can think it as the variance for each source of variation. To calculate this, we can simply divide the sum of squares by the degrees of freedom. Now moving on, we have F. F stands for F statistic. Here the F statistic is calculated as MS between the groups divided by the MS within the groups, and it is equal to 11.90954. Now moving on, we have the F critic. F critic stands for F critical value. It is calculated easily by Excel, or you can perform it manually by looking at the critical value table. So the F statistics is then compared with the F critical value. If the F statistical value is greater than the F critical value, we can conclude that the test is significant. Now moving on, we have the p-value. The probability of obtaining an F statistic as extreme as or more than the observed value assuming the null hypothesis is true. A small p-value that is less than 0.05 suggests that the significant differences between groups exist. As my p-value is more than the alpha level, that is the 0.05, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Therefore, there is no difference between the means of the three groups.
Hello everyone, I am Mayank and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Are you want to get really good at using Excel? Well, Google Gemini can help make it super easy. Excel is all about handling data, organizing it, doing math with it and making it look nice. With Gemini, you can learn all about Excel step by step. Whether you are just starting out or already know a bit, Google Gemini can teach you everything from the basics like how to write formulas to more advanced stuff like analyzing big sets of data. All you have to do is ask Gemini questions or tell it what you want to learn, and it will explain things to you in a way that makes sense. Plus, you can practice right there in the chat by following along with the examples. So if you want to get really good at Excel without any hustle, just start chatting with Gemini and you will be an Excel wizard in no time. So yeah guys, this is our Gemini prompt. So here first we will write how to learn Excel using Gemini, right? Just for the clarification. Okay, so it will give some prompt. See, here you can see there seems to be slight misunderstanding. Gemini is the large language model you can interact with. Okay, so learn Excel basics. You can do you can learn data analysis with Power Query and like this. So here we will write give me week wise Excel syllabus. Okay, so it will give you week wise Excel syllabus. So okay, so this is week by week Excel syllabus, basic to intermediate. Okay, not advanced. You can learn advanced too. So in week 1, what you can do, you can object and navigate Excel interface, understand basic spreadsheet topics. You can learn introduction to Excel environment, working to cell rows, and even you can particular modify the selected text. So in week 1, you can learn these type of things, entering data, text, number, dates, and these. And in week 2, you can learn building formulas with references related and absolute, and you can learn lookup functions, VLOOKUP, index match. Okay, in week 3, you can learn conditional formatting, and in week 4, you can learn a little bit of data analysis like this. Okay, so here we can write. So this is like you are chatting with someone. Okay, so you can write here, give me brief about the week 1 syllabus briefly for the same. Okay, so see, it elaborate particular thing for you. So see, master the interface, data entry and editing, formatting fundamental, formula fun. Okay, so what if you want to learn particular only logical function? Okay, or you want to learn building formulas with references, or you want to learn lookup function, or you want to learn date and time function particular. So here you can ask Gemini, give how to work with date function in Excel, explain me with example. Okay, so till then let me open the Excel file for you, a rough. Okay, so yeah, so see, the date function is Excel is a handy tool for creating specific dates or working with existing ones. So here is a background. So year, month, day, example, right? So enter today date in a cell, let's say cell 1, A1. Okay, so Excel is now here. Okay, so what he's saying, so what it's saying, enter today's date in a cell, let's say cell A1. You can type directly, that is 2024, this. Okay, let me copy it directly. Okay, and paste it here. Okay, why it is not? Okay, or use today function. Yeah. Okay, fine. Or else you can write today function, right, like this. So if I want to write here equals to today, enter. See, you can see the same date, exact date.
Or in another cell, that is B1, either enter the following formula. You can use this formula: date, year, A1, month, this. Okay, so what it will do? So this part extract the year cell from A1, which has already did this, then month from cell this, from cell this. So this is how you can learn any formula using Excel. Okay, so I will write, give me example of data in which I can learn basic formulas of Excel. Okay, so we will sort some try to formulas of Excel. So this is our particular data set. So as you can see, export to sheets. So either you can go directly to the sheets, and you can say sheets and this Excel are both same. Okay, so after that, what you can do, first let me try to copy it. Okay, if possible. Okay, I'm not sure. No, it came in one cell only. Okay, so I can directly. So it's creating a spreadsheet. Fine. Open sheets. So yeah, so this is the data. So now, what learning with formulas? So this data allows you to learn, practice. Okay, what I will do, I will just copy everything. We copy it and paste it here. Fine. So now the thing is that I want to learn sum function. So calculate the total quantity of each product sold by using the sum function on the quantity sold column. Okay, so what you have to do, formula in cell E2 for choco chips cake, right, equals to sum B2. Okay, so I can write here in which column? E2 column. E2 column equals to sum B2. B2. Enter. It's 50. As you can see, 50 is here. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can learn average function. Okay, let me copy it directly from here, and you can paste it anywhere. Okay. Okay. Average of C2. Then C5. Okay, fine. Why it's coming like this? Okay. E5. Okay, I will write here. See what's the issue. Okay, what if I can do, equals to average of average. Okay, my bad. Average of this, comma this, comma this, comma this. Okay. Okay, so because of dollar, it's happening. Okay, so this is how you can learn. Or you can find across all using a function on the price per unit column formula in cell E5. 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 If I will copy it. So this is how you can. Okay, because of dollar, it's happening. Okay, see how it will work now. See, because of dollar, it's happening. So now the average of C2 to C5 is 2. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can multiply, you can apply VLOOKUP. So these are some additional tips from the Gemini. Okay, so I want to create a chart. Give me, explain me with example. Okay, so this will give you some data. See, data is a export sheet. So we'll copy later. Okay, fine. So these are some additional tips are here. So these are the data. Okay. Copy it and paste it here. Okay. So now what can I do is, see, select the data, highlight the data you want to include in chart. This typically includes category, labels, product names. Okay. In our example, select cells A to D5, A2 to D5. From here to D5. Okay. It's mean all. Right, select data. Then what you can do, you can choose a chart. Go to Insert tab on the Excel ribbon and locate the chart section. Go to Insert. Then, okay, these are some charts. So what you can do, I want this chart. Okay, 2D column chart. Okay, I selected this. The best chart depends on the data, but here are some options: column chart, line chart. Okay, let's select column chart. Okay, insert. Where is the chart? Where are you? Column chart. Okay, so here you can choose recommended section. Okay, so these are some recommended by Excel itself. Okay, so stack chart is there, clustered column chart is here, and the stack bar is here, then clustered bar is here. So we will choose this stack column. Okay, so as you can see, this is your data is ready. Okay, chocolate chip cookie, cupcake, bread lovers, muffin. So this is how you can learn Excel using Gemini. You can ask anything from beginner level to advanced level from Gemini. It will give you through. It will explain you with example. Okay.
So, Microsoft 365 Copilot is one of the latest AI products launched by Microsoft. So, the Microsoft 365 Copilot will be your AI assistant for all your Office suites from Microsoft. So, it can help you ease up your process of making PowerPoint presentations. It can help you write down the notes on Microsoft Word and many more. But today, we will be using this particular 365 Copilot for our data analytics using Excel. So let me remind you, this particular AI tool works with the versions of Microsoft Office 365 and later, right? Now, there should be a new feature added upon to your Excel on the top right corner of your home button. But again, if it's not, it's completely all right. You can use your Microsoft home button where you can find the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So let's navigate to the home button. Yeah, now I'm on my home button, and here you can see a small icon which is completely new out of nowhere. This is your Copilot, right? And you can just click on it and you can fire your Copilot. And today's point of discussion is about Copilot with Microsoft Excel. So when you are starting Excel, there are some prerequisites when you're working with Copilot. So currently it is in the preview mode, so it is capable of using some dataset which is in the tabular format. I have converted this into a tabular format. It's really simple. Control A to select all the cells, and then Control T to convert this table. The option my dataset has headers, and okay, so your dataset will be converted into a table. And another prerequisite is when you pop up the Microsoft Copilot, it will ask you for a dataset which is under 1000 kilobytes. So my dataset here is about 800 kilobytes, which should be here. So the only process is you just have to click on this particular option which says attachments, and go to the dataset that you want to work today. So I'll be selecting my sales EU copy and just press open. It will take a little time because it's completely new, so it might take a little time for that. So the only catch is Microsoft Copilot is a little slow compared to the other competitive Copilots or AI modules. It's not a big deal. They will catch up soon. Let's wait for some time while the dataset loads, and then you can fire some of the commands. Let's say I have given my command here, please help me create a regional-wise sales report for this dataset. And you can also give a few more commands, right? So it's loaded right now. You can see the icon here. Now you can write down, give me country-wise sales report, and just fire the command. You can also perform all your data analytics, what you regularly do, right? When you have a sales data set, you might be wondering what it can do and what it cannot. You just have to build a story about the report, what you want to create, and then just, write it down to the Copilot and it will generate the report that you are looking for. Currently, it is working on the country-wise sales report, so it should be giving me the report shortly. It's okay. So there are some problems with this. So maybe it's the data set, data type. So here we have country and the data is general. So you might want to change that to text format or character format. So you have the text data type here and just okay. Now save it back. Now you can ask the Copilot once again. Okay, or let's try to do a different one. Okay, now here we have the order date and column C, right? Now let's say I wanted to find out which day did they visit, right? Is it a Friday, is it a Saturday or Monday, right? So just try to ask the Copilot. Let me write it down. Can you help me find out which week of the day was an order placed? We have a column named order date. Column is C. We need a new column that tells me the day of the week when an order was placed. So let's fire the command. Now it should give us a column D, which is an empty column right next to order date, or it should give us the steps to do the same. Just fire the command. It might take a little while. Okay, here we have it. Certainly I'll create a new column D in your data set. Great, this is what we needed. And so on. Let's try to ask another query. Can you tell me name of the customer with highest sale record in the dataset? So the previous query which we fired at will not be reflected on this particular dataset, but it can be reflected on the dataset that we shared with the Copilot here. So currently I don't have a direct connection with my Excel over here. I think it should be taking some time for getting me that update over here. But anyways, it will be updated in the dataset that it is currently dealing with. That's not a problem. Now let us see what's the answer. I apologize, but it seems that I'm unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. It's okay. Let's try to file. There are some discrepancies, but it should be resolved soon. But let's try some other thing like region-wise sale. So let's say you are an Excel expert, so you can do it within a few fraction of seconds. You can just apply filters and get that data. But there are a lot of people new to Excel. So for them, the Copilot from Microsoft could be a boon, right? But down the line, there are improvements rolling out. So I could predict that it could be a lot faster and you can have seamless integration with your Microsoft Excel and your Copilot, and things could be a lot easier, right? So far we have the result over here. So it is giving us a few results and it is finding a little difficulty to extract a few. That shouldn't be a problem in a few couple of days where the new updates roll out. So proceeding ahead, let's try to give it another query or so. So let's check the data set. So here we have the categories and subcategories. I think we can give it, okay, can you give me the category wise profits? So here we can identify which category is performing really good and giving us highest number of profits. So I think let's check out if we have a profits column. Yes, we do have a profits column over here. So let's check that. Brilliant, right? So it's giving us distilled reports in one prompt. So that should be helpful for any of the data analysts which are aspiring, right? And which don't have any idea about how Excel really works. Okay, it seems that I'm able to extract text content from uploaded files. Okay, let's try to copy this and write it down as, okay, is it category Okay, let's copy this as well. I think it's about the case, right? Category, subcategory. Okay, let's first subcategory. Category sales report. Okay, it's giving us the previous answer to the previous query. Okay, I think this should help. It's unable to extract a lot of answers so far currently. There should be some discrepancy, but down the line it should be fixed. Unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. Okay, so basically that's how you can work with your Copilot in Microsoft 365 Excel. So there are some discrepancies so far, so it should be fixed down the line. So that's how you can use Copilot in Excel for your data analytics. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on Microsoft 365 Copilot for Excel. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require any of the resources that we used in the session, like the dataset that we used, which is in tabular format and under 1000 kilobytes, please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Let us know your experience working with Copilot in Excel, and we can learn a thing or two from you as well. So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular dataset belongs to a sales dataset for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same dataset. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop onto ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The dataset belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the dataset is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and for manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to entry the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting. 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st, 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning. And okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country wise sales. Then we have region wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that, you can plan a business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now
ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to, it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month-on-month sales or quarter-on-quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected, or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to Insert menu and Pivot Table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Now click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we'll be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on, right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table. Go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table, Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart, we'll look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023 and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet. And now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. Okay, right now quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we requested ChatGPT was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right, country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them and edit the name of the chart to country-wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category-wise sales or segment-wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment-wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold Control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment. And you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category-wise sales. So this was segment-wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category. And you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category-wise, subcategory-wise, region-wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. Now you can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slicers. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slicers to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales, so I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer, and do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go. We have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard, right?
Are you struggling to find meaningful insights from your data? Don't worry. ChatGPT is here to simplify your data analysis process and make it more efficient than ever. Whether you are handling small dataset or tackling complex ones, ChatGPT can help uncover patterns, trends, and insights without the confusion or stress. So in this video, we will explore how ChatGPT can transform the way you work with data. Think of it as your intelligent assistant ready to help with tasks like summarizing data, answering questions about trends, and even suggesting actionable insights, all in plain, understandable language. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced analyst, ChatGPT makes working with data easier and faster. ChatGPT works by interpreting your inputs and providing clear, insightful responses. You can ask questions about your data, clarify complex points, and even brainstorm ideas for data-driven decisions. It takes the complexity out of the data analysis, helping you focus on what truly matters, understanding your data and applying the insights effectively. And finally, you will see practical examples of how ChatGPT can simplify data-related tasks and enhance workflow. So get ready to see how AI can help you make smarter decisions, save time, and get more value out of your data. So without any further ado, let's get started. So welcome to this demo part of this ChatGPT for data analysis. So let's see what are the improvements to data analysis in ChatGPT. Okay, you can interact with tables and charts, and you can add files directly from Google Drive or OneDrive. Okay, so you can upload the latest files version directly from this. You can interact with tables and charts in a new expandable view. You can customize and download charts for the presentation and the documentation, which is very good thing. Okay, data analysis improvements will available in our new flagship model GPT-4o for ChatGPT Plus. If you have ChatGPT Plus, so you can directly use in GPT-4o as well, or teams and enterprise users over the coming weeks. Okay, so basically what is data analysis? Let me brief you. So data analysis is just a process. It's a tool that empowers organization to make informed decision or predict trends and improve operational efficiency. Okay, so it is the backbone of strategic planning in business, government, and other organization, you can say. Okay, and ChatGPT helps us in reducing time or in finding patterns and trends, okay, in couple of minutes. Okay, in few seconds, you can say, not even couple of minutes. Okay, so either you can choose data analyst here, or if you have ChatGPT Plus, so you can work on ChatGPT 4o directly. Okay, so what do you want? Okay, let's go for ChatGPT 4o only, right? So I have data set, so either you can upload from directly from your computer. Okay, either you can add it from your Google Drive. Okay, if you will add from Google Drive, you have to my Google Drive is connected or not, I don't know. Oh, okay, Netflix. Oh, okay, so it's not connected, my drive is not connected. So first I will try to connect it, or either, okay, leave.
what we will do, you can directly add from your Google Drive. Okay, you can see it's showing option. Okay, but I don't have that data in my Google Drive, so I will import from, or you can say upload from directly from this computer. Okay, so first I will write describe the data. Okay, yes. So now it will first analyze it and it will describe the data. Okay, so you can see here the data set contains information about Netflix shows and movies comprising 12 columns and 8,807 rows. Okay, I downloaded this data set from the Kaggle. Okay, you guys also can download, or I will provide you in the description box. Right, so we have 12 columns in this: show ID, type, title, director, cast, country, and this is duration, description. Okay, sample data: Dickens Johnson is dead. This is movie USA PG-3, a documentary reflecting on the filmmaker father's life. This. Okay, see, now you will get the options as well. Show data distribution by movie type. Okay, but first what I will do, I will clean this data. Okay, please clean this data. Okay, and would you like to clean that? See, would you like to explore a specific aspect, clean the data, visualize certain trends? Okay, we'll do, don't worry. See, now data set has been cleaned with the following adjustment: remove duplicates to ensure unique records, handle missing values. Missing values in director, cast, country were filled with unknown, fine. Missing data added, not specified. Rating, not rated. Okay, cool. Okay, updated data set summary, columns, this. Okay, columns, no change in column, unchanged as no duplicates are found, no critical value. Okay, so now what I will do, please give me 5 different visual charts from the data. Okay, and okay, later on I will tell you one more thing, and you can use this data analyst as well. And I am having this plus version, so I can use ChatGPT 4 directly. Cool, it's analyzing. Yeah, so now you can see, okay, count of movies versus TV shows. See, switch to interactive chart, and this is for, see, here you can download and you can expand the chart. See, okay, and see, this is how you can predict trends and make charts, different types of charts in few couple of seconds. Okay, and this is legend, I guess. Okay, so this is how, see, second chart, top 10 countries with most content, and this is top 10 directed by number of titles. First one unknown, Rajiv Chilaka, and this content count by rating, this, and this is number of titles added per year. See how beautiful it is. Okay, so here are the 5 visual charts created from this. Okay, so let's use this. Find popular content by release year, and here if you will click on this view analysis, what you will find, this behind, I guess, Python code behind that. See, okay, always show details. I can do this, or either it's okay, you can just copy this code and you can put it in your Python IDE, and you can use this as well. It will show you the exact same graph which ChatGPT created. Okay, see, popular content released by year. Okay, so I want one pie chart based on, let's do country. I need pie chart based on country, or you can make histogram. After this, let's create word cloud. Okay, see, you got distribution of content by top 10 countries. See, which is in 10. Okay, let me do this like this. See, amazing, right? United States 2818, in India 7972, unknown is 831, United Kingdom 419, 245. So it's how amazing it is. In just few seconds, like 4-5 seconds it took, just 4-5 seconds. And you can expand the view and you can enjoy here as well. See how amazing, right? So this is the power of ChatGPT, you can say. It will, reduce your time to analyze the data. Okay, you can just see the code behind this particular chart. And let me please create word cloud using, okay, from this data set. I hope it will create, I guess. One more amazing thing I have, wait, I will show you. See, word cloud. Amazing, right? Family, woman, life, take, new, life, love, world, health, team, father. Okay, you can create word cloud based on movie's name. I hope there is column of movie. Oh no, title is there. I guess it will create Christmas black wall people good. Okay, you can change it, no issues. Okay, you can ask show trends of movie genre globally. And now let's see, what if I want all this data into one presentation to present to my colleagues or stakeholders, you can say. So what I will write, please give me all this analysis in the presentation format. Okay, found it very cool. See, this analysis has been compiled in a PowerPoint presentation. You can download link. So this is the download link. So it's downloaded. Let me open this. Let's see how's the PPT. See, amazing. Let's enable editing. See, enable. Amazing, right? See, all the analysis is here. And what you can do is, we have the inbuilt designer thing. So you can just click on designer. You can just choose the design how you want. See, or like this, or like this. Let me put like this. Okay, and for this, it's generating. Okay, I'm feeling this is good. Okay, for this, let's use this. And for this, let's use this different one. And for this, let's use another different thing. And for this, let's use this one. Okay, so see, your presentation is ready. In just few things, your presentation is ready. So this is how you can use ChatGPT to create presentation as well as the analysis. Okay, in just few minutes, you can say. Okay, you just write your prompt here and it will give you the output.
If you are new to Excel or looking to improve your skills, learning these functions can really help. Excel isn't just making spreadsheets, it's a powerful tool for analyzing data and managing projects. In this guide, we will cover some basic but important Excel functions like sum, average, if, count, and SUMIF. You'll see how these functions do and learn, and how to use them with practical examples. This knowledge will help you with daily tasks and make you more confident in using Excel. So let's explore these functions together and see how they can make handling data easier and more efficient. Let's get going and make the most of your data with Excel. Why learn basic Excel functions and formulas? Functions and formulas are crucial for mastering Excel. By learning even a few essential ones, you can outpace many around you. They are fundamental for daily Excel tasks. To deepen your knowledge or explore advanced functions, consider exploring a comprehensive database of all existing Excel functions. Microsoft consistently updates Excel, introducing new functions like XLOOKUP in Microsoft 365, enhancing your data management capabilities. So now let's move on to the demo part. Okay, so first we will understand the sum function in Excel. As we know, the sum function in Excel is used to add up the numbers. It provides a quick way to calculate the total of several values, whether they are typed into a function directly included within a range of cells. So these are the cells. So you just have to type the numbers in this cell and give the function over here, and it will give you the desired result. Let's check how. So first we will understand the sum function. I'll just write it over here. So the first step is like open your Excel file in your computer and select any column or row. So like here I'm selecting the column. For instance, you might just put them in cells A1 till A5. So in the A1 part I've mentioned sum for your understanding. So we'll start with A2. We'll type all the values over here. So just type any values, like I'm typing 40. Then we have 78, then 35, and then we have 67. From A2 till A5, we have typed the values. And using the formula in the formula bar, it will add all the numbers from cell A2 till A5, and it will display in this particular cell. So just select the cell where you want your answer to be shown and just insert the formula over here. The formula for sum function is equal to sum A1 till A5. So we just go back to this bar and just select this particular cell. And here in this bar, just type the formula A1 till A5. But then here we have A2. So we're just going to change it to A2 till A5. Alright. And just press enter. So here you get the value 220, which is the sum of all the values which we have mentioned over here. So it was pretty simple, right? Now let us understand the if function in Excel. Okay. So the if function in Excel is used to perform logical tests and return values based on the results of these tests. This function checks whether a condition is true or false and then returns one value for a true result and another for a false result. It is extremely useful for decision-making process within your dataset. Let us now understand what are the steps to use this if function. So just input your data and put any numeric values in the cells from B2 till B5, okay? So 56, 90, 36, 23, and here I want my result to be shown. So I'll just insert the formula here in the function bar. So, okay, just check out the formula for if function, which is equal to if A1 if greater than 800, above 300, 300 or below. So let's see how it works. We're just gonna enter the formula. Okay. So this will tell Excel to check if the value of B2 is greater than 300. If true, it will display above 300. And if false, it will display 300 or below. Let's check it out. Okay. So there's a mistake. I'm gonna paste the formula here again. So in place of A1, we will mention B2. We'll just type B2 over here. If greater than 300, above 300 or 300 below. Just press enter. So we'll just enter the formula over here, and in place of A1, we will provide B2, alright? So we just type here B2. That's it. And we just press enter. So you can see the result has come to 300 or below because the value is less than 300. And you can also drag and fill handle from B1 down to B5 and apply the same logic in other columns as well, and it will give you the same result. Let us now understand the next function, which is the average function in Excel. The average function. And okay, so what is this average function used for? Basically, the average function in Excel, it will calculate the mean or average of numbers provided to it. This function is particularly useful for quickly finding the central values in a set of data, which can be helpful in various statistical analysis. Let us now understand the steps to use the average function. So the first step is like you just click on the cell wherever you want your value to appear. All right, so just provide any values. Suppose let's provide some bigger values, like bigger numbers, like 430. Here we type 278. Then we have 98. Then we have 79. And here I want my value to be shown. So I'll just insert the average formula, which is, let's check out the formula, which is equal to average. What is the column we have chosen? From C2. So we'll just type C2 over here till C2 till C5. C5. All right, and we will just press enter. So as you can see, the average function value is shown over here. So after pressing enter, the Excel will compute and display the average of all the cells in the selected cell. The next function is the minimum and maximum functions in Excel. It's very simple. Let's discuss what is the minimum and maximum function used for. The min and the max functions in Excel are used to find the minimum and maximum values within a given range of data. These functions are useful for quickly identifying the smallest and largest numbers in a data set, helping you to analyze different ranges efficiently. So let us now understand what are the steps to use this formula. It's very simple. Just type any values over here, 500. Next we have 389. Then we have 200, 190, 198. And here I want my value to be shown, the minimum value. So in the function bar, I'll just type the function, which is equal to min. And in the bracket, you just mention the column, which is starting from D2, right? So D2 till D5. So just type the formula over here. And after pressing enter, you can see the minimum value shown over here is 198. And it's similar for the maximum function as well. So for the max, let's use some different values. And I want my function to be shown here. So same, you have to use the same formula. Just type in place of max, in place of minimum, we are using the max function. So just type max and then the column name, which is from, I think, yeah, E. So just type, so in place of, we will just write E. Okay, sorry. We just type E2 till, I think it's still E5, right? E5. That's it. And just press enter. So you can see the maximum value shown over here. That is 800. So it's very simple. The Excel will display the largest and the minimum value using min and max functions. The next is to understand the trim function in Excel. Let us now understand the trim function in Excel. So basically, this trim function in Excel is used to remove all the extra spaces from text except for a single space between words. This function is specially used for cleaning up the data that comes from other sources of data that has been entered inconsistently. Let us now understand the steps to use this trim functions. It is same as we have seen for all these functions. The only difference is that this trim function will exclude the spaces. So assume your text data with some extra spaces in cells. Suppose over here I type any sentence, any text, okay, like hello, and then I provide some extra space, everyone. And suppose I want my value to be inserted over here to remove all the extra space, or if you want some bigger text, you can do that. But let us now check how this trim functions work for this text. Just click on the cell where you want your clean text to appear, that is F6. And using the function over here, just write equal to trim, and then in place of, you just have to mention over here, which is F2, which is F2. Just press enter. Now you can see that I've provided some extra spaces over here, but here using the trim function, it will remove all the extra space and just make it in a clean manner. So you can also drag the fill handle from B1, like from this F2 down to G2 and all of that, and then you can use the trim function in other column as well to clean up the text. The second function is the concatenate function. So let's discuss the concatenate function over here. Okay. So this concatenate function in Excel is used to join two or more text strings into one string. It helps in combining data from different cells, which can be useful for creating full names from first and last names, combining addresses, or any situation where text needs to be merged. So let us now look the steps how to use this concatenate function. So just assume that you have written your name. Suppose I've written Andrew in this column H2, and here I have written Garfield. Now what if I want to combine Andrew Garfield together? So just by using this concatenate function, I can make it happen. Alright, so if I want my result to be shown in this particular cell, I'll just click on this, and then in the function bar, I'll just enter the formula, which is equal to concatenate, and then I have to mention the cell name, which is H. This is H2, right? H2 till, and this one is I2. So I'll just mention the, yeah, and here after mentioning, okay, I have to provide some space over here. So I'll just put comma and then some space, then comma, and then here I'll just I2. Alright, and here I'll just press enter. So you can see in this particular row, Andrew Garfield, both name has been combined, concatenated together into a single name. So this is how we use the concatenate function. And the next function we have is the count function in Excel. Let us now understand how to use this count function. Okay, the count function in Excel is used to specifically count the number of cells that contain numbers in a range. It's a crucial function for quickly assessing the numbers density in a data set, especially when dealing with mixed data types. We'll just assume that you have added transaction counts in column J, starting from column J2 till J5. So the transaction counts are as follows: 7, 89, 90, 100 till J5. And then click on the cell where you want your count to appear, say J6. And then you just go to the formula bar and just enter the formula over there, which is equal to count bracket. This should be J2 till J5. and just press enter. And you can see the Excel will display the number of cells that contain numbers in column J, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was all for count, concatenate, trim, max, min, average, if, and sum functions. Next we have is the count A function. Let us now understand what is this count A function used for and how is it different from count function. So this count A function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. It is useful for determining the size of data sets that include various types of data, such as numbers, text, or even logical values. So it will just count the number of non-empty cells in a specific column. Just click on the cell where you want the count to appear. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between count and count function is that the count function generally used to count a range of cells containing numbers or dates, excluding blank. Whereas this count A function will count everything, including numbers, dates, text, or a range containing a mixture of these items, but does not count blank cells. So suppose if I enter 56 and I leave it blank, and then I enter 98, and then again I leave it, okay, and then just enter 56, and I want my formula to be shown over here. So I'll just go in this formula bar and just enter equal to count A, and then from K column, this is K column, right? K2 till K5. Okay, and I just press enter. So as you can see, it's showing 3. 1, 2, 3. It will not count the extra space or the empty cell we have left behind. And also one more thing, that we can also type text over here. It's not necessary to type only the numbers. You can also type the text. For example, I type apple. Here I type banana. Okay. Here is the function. Just press enter, it will count 3, which is 1, 2, and 3. So this count A function is used both for text as well as the dates as well as the numeric values, but the count function is only used for the numeric values and a date. It will not count the text over here. Now let us understand the count if function in Excel. We have now understood count and count A function and what is the difference between both of these functions. We will now understand the count if function over here. So let's understand the count if function. Okay, so this count if function is used to count the number of cells in a range that meet a specified criteria. This function is valuable for filtering and analyzing data based on specific conditions. To count the number of transactions that exceeds a certain amount of value, a threshold value, for example 5. Just click on the cell and suppose you want your values to appear in column L2. So suppose I type here 89, 7, 3, and 5. And here I will enter the formula, which is equal to COUNTIF, and then from L2 till L5. Okay, just close the bracket. And here you just also have to input the threshold value. Suppose I take the threshold value as let's say 3, or let's say 5. Okay, let's take it 5. So this is my threshold value greater than 5. So it will display only the numbers which are greater than 5. And I just press enter. So you can see it's showing 2, okay? Because 7 and 89 are the only two values which are greater than 5. So you can see that using any threshold function, even if I could have written over here, let's say 3. So it will show 3 because the numbers greater than 3 are 5, 7 and 89. So this is how countif function works. We will now understand the last function, which is the SUMIF function in Excel. So what is the SUMIF function used for? Basically, the SUMIF function in Excel allows you to add up values in a range based on specified criteria. This function is extremely useful for performing conditional sums, where you can want to show the sum numbers that meet certain condition. So to calculate the sum of transactions where the number is greater than 5, click on the cell where you want your total number to appear. Let's say over here I select which is M6, and you just have to enter the formula. Before that, just write any number values like 7, 5, 3 and 10. And over here, just mention the formula, which is equal to sum if, and the column name is starting from M2 till M5. Value should be greater than 5, comma, this is M2, right? M2 till M5. That's it. And we'll just press enter. So it's showing 17. So based on this formula bar, the formula will check the values from M2 till M5, and if the number is greater than 5 and sum only those number. So as I've mentioned the value 5, so it will only calculate, it will only sum numbers which are greater than 5, which are 10 and 7, which is equal to 17. So this is how the SUMIF function is used. We have come to the end of our video, and this was all for the top 10 most important basic Excel functions.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D and so on, and the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a $sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to view tab and you're selecting freeze pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on view and then click freeze pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay. Now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab where you need to select the sheet, put a password and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select and then lock and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet. And you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay, whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis. and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this, so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first, and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving it an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis, and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer. And if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see for this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters, it can be anything, but it has some content. So counta is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question that is how to merge multiple cells, text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if you, for example, this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1 comma B1 comma C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is fun in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple, concatenate and parenthesis A1 comma B1 comma C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1 comma B1 comma C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and it will, you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in 2 or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. You need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to select choose the delimiter here, And what we are specifying here is first it is delimited, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country, so the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output and it starts here. India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be a very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP, and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you are looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you're selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is, you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default it is approximate match. So how it performs the function? Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard. In this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now, Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value. If the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is written record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIF function. Okay, again the SUMIF function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6 and we are doing a SUMIF function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000 and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the COUNTIF function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases. E22, again we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets parenthesis G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, you are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the COUNTIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is a table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this, and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data, and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the value. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data, and we have different variables we need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here I'm mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and the you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. Alright, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case, we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word or or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, and it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values, and it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way, which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or entered duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data, and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules, and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way, in COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how a COUNTIF function works here to check or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here, it will be H, the column here, H2. Okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon through dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter, and it should say true. So this is the condition, and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry, and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and Evans are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the countf function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that events and Anna were there, ME were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these 3 things, that there are 3 types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here, what is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question, and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you're not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on. Okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab. Okay, select data validation option present under data tools. Okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, for this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error. Okay, you will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option. Okay, so there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique. Okay, you just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text. Okay, so you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here. Okay, it should be only text. It should have only names. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and it should only enter the text? Okay, so there is a function. Okay, you just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here. Okay, what is that? It should be only text. Okay, so it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range. Okay, so how I'll define the range? I just select this. Okay, and I select the range. Okay, so I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, I have set this and then I try to put a number here and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works. Okay, the next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example, we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it. Okay, so given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You are giving the student names, marks, and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example, what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example, and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here, okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, okay, see, this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing, and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function, and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date, which will be today's date, and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function, and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay, alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. I mean, it can be loop when we have multiple conditions to meet. Okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. All right, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You see you have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis toolpath as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis toolpath. Okay, it will give you these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis toolpath, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have. You need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range. And you need to select this labels in the first row so that you know it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed, and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK, and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be. It's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as the continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with the respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic, and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create, or how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheets in a single pivot table? Yes, you can, but there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay, so then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay, so this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we have with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things. Okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and click select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you are calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we'll add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field, items, and set. Okay, you need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. Bonus, and as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up an if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this, and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table, analyze, and field, items, and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, The next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table and how do you use it. What are the purpose of using it and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territories. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slicers, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of the deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjust into the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. And this time we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it, show field list, I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grand percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to, but in this case we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart, and there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons, so I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example, and so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries, and it will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type, you can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation, and you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there, so this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you are performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations, you can experiment with the data and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table, and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that. Okay, giving different scenarios in the variables. Okay, but you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seek, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time. Okay, and this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even, it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan, or your targets, like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations. Okay, these are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA? Okay, even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other. Okay, so a function always returns a value of the task it is performing. Okay, so when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value. Okay, for example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure. Whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable. Okay, you can set up a variable and you can call the function. Okay, whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types. Okay, in many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable. Okay, you have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up. Okay, functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula. Okay, this is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited. Okay, whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required, whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result. Okay, so these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA? So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from. Okay, you are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook. Okay, and you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you are working on particular, suppose for example you are working on sheet X. Okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you are specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure, and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA, and you can know the last number of column. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and when you run it, it will give you the last column. Okay.
So that's a wrap on our full course. If you have any question, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you for watching and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.